option. He said he can run it from his house.
Yep, it's going. It just, the 50 tabs I have open aren't helping. So I think I'll close them.
Excellent. I do see the live bug, so I will verify that it's working, but it should be going out.
Tyler, that last meeting where you were recording the first half before we went into executive session, was that recorded locally or up on the cloud?
I did not receive a prompt when I left for executive session, so that's generally indicative of cloud recording.
Make sure it is.
By the way, I have tested and confirmed it is streaming out on YouTube.
Thank you, TJ.
And I figured out I had to mute that because I was hearing myself a million times.
I know you're busy, Karen Ann, but is that a new hairpiece? It looks slightly different.
You do not ask a lady that, just like her age and her weight.
Excuse me. Never mind. I thought it was a compliment. Like, did you do?
Oh my goodness.
I noticed nothing. Never mind.
Don't ask when they
What?
have. I said, don't women also get mad if you don't ask when they have a hair change?
Of course, I'm going to be upset either way. That's just life. I'm busily letting people in.
Yay.
And Tyler, I needed to rename you, you said? Where are you on here?
Yeah. I am.
Oh, you're Charlotte.
Yes.
Well, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. If you've got an
No.
announcement you would like to make.
I have nothing against it. I think it's a beautiful name. It's unfortunately not my own.
It suits you.
Well, thank you. Tyler is Tyle.
Oh, what I do? Never. Picky, Charlotte. Stop it. You're being very fussy. Okay, TY.
At the top of the meeting.
I know. Why'd I do that? I don't know what I was doing because I'm trying to like do 10 million things at once.
I appreciate everything.
There we go. Charlotte, we're good.
Thank you.
Now I better pull up like all the stuff I need, like OneNote and all that. I'll be back in one sec.
Just testing my microphone. Can you hear me?
You're good, Robert.
Yep.
Same. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You're good too.
No, okay.
Laura, you're in like a back alley somewhere.
Looks like it, doesn't it? It was either that or I contemplated doing what is it? This one.
Laura, I'm sure you've been up against a wall before.
I've been up against the wall several times.
You look more threatening with the back alley.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
I'll leave it.
Or I could just put all my books up behind me, but they're not very well organized right now. So Zoom backgrounds cover a variety of messes.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Ahoy.
Hello.
Madam Secretary, are you ready?
I will be in just one moment. My computer is protesting me opening all of these things at one time.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
Because I think people are still slowly streaming in. It is Libertarian Standard Time.
That's why the public comments are 15 minutes to begin with.
I'm just trying to pull up the OneNote and it's fussing at me. Let me close it and restart it. But we don't do attendance and any of that till after public comment. So I think you could get started, Mr. Chair. I can do all of this while public comment is going.
Okay. I will call us to order at 11:02 a.m. Eastern Time. Welcome, everybody. I would like to start by acknowledging the life of Dr. Walter E. Williams, who passed away this last week. Dr. Williams left an indelible mark by simultaneously teaching students while presenting his views to the public and never betraying the former with the latter. Whether student, public, or intellectual, Williams had something to teach everyone. And I'd like to ask all of us to take a moment to reflect on the many lessons from Dr. Williams. Thank you. Next on our draft agenda, because we haven't adopted the agenda yet, is opportunity for public comment. If any member of the gallery wishes to address the LNC, please indicate by hitting the raise hand button on Zoom, and we will recognize you. Not seeing any. I'll give it another couple seconds. All right, not seeing anybody, so public comment is closed. We'll proceed to the attendance roll call. Madam Secretary.
Okay, 1 sec, because that's what I was working on. It rearranged all my tabs. How dare it do that? Okay. All right, I'll be calling out your names. Please let me know if you are here. Mr. Bishop Henchman,
Here.
Mr. Molman, Mr. Molman. I'll come back to him. Mr. Hagan.
Here.
I am here. Ms. Epke,
Here?
Mr. Longstreth,
Here.
Mr. Routsev,
Here.
Ms. Sarwark,
Here.
Mr. Smith,
I'm here.
Ms. Bilyeu,
Here.
Mr. Coburn,
Here.
Mr. Hewitt,
I'm here.
Ms. Hogarth,
Here.
Mr. Nana,
Present.
Mr. Nikela,
Present.
Mr. Phillips,
Here.
Mr. Went,
Here.
Ms. Adams,
Here.
Mr. Bowen,
Here.
Mr. Buckman,
Present.
Mr. Fiera,
Present.
Mr. Hall,
Present.
Mr. Lucchini. I will come back. Mr. Sexton,
Present.
Mr. Valenti.
Present.
Okay, going back, Mr. Molman and Mr. Lucchini. Okay, I just want to also capture staff that are here. I see, one moment, Mr. Harris. And who else here in staff is here?
I'm here, Ms. Secretary.
DeSisto, anyone else?
Mr. Pizzell is here.
Okay, I thought I saw Robert Kraus. Is he here?
He is here.
And am I missing any? I have 4 staff members on my list. Okay, and just checking one more time, Mr. Molman and Mr. Lucchini. All right, Mr. Chair, those are the only 2 absences.
Madam Secretary, scrolling through the participants list, I see that Mr. Bob Johnson is also here.
Okay, I will add that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is the adoption of the agenda. A couple days ago, I distributed a draft agenda, and then yesterday distributed an updated draft agenda that had 2 minor changes. And well, now we can proceed to consideration of that. And if you have the OneNote, it is updated in there. Are there any motions to amend or alter the agenda? Seeing none, the chair would entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Seconded.
By Mr. Longstreth, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Phillips. Is there any objection? Neither seeing nor hearing objection, the agenda is adopted as presented. Well, the next item on our adopted agenda is the report of potential conflicts of interest. Madam Secretary.
In the housekeeping tab on the OneNote, I have the latest, as I have recorded, of the cumulative conflicts of interest. If everyone could just please peruse over that very quickly to make sure there's nothing else I need to change. I have updated everything I received by email.
Madam
Okay.
Secretary, this is the chair. You can strike what's under my name. I have a
Okay.
different employer now.
Got it? Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Chair, that appears to be it.
Anything else from anybody on this item? Seeing none, we'll go into officers' reports, and I've got the first one. Well, welcome everybody. It's the big meeting of the year. I hope everybody's excited. Got lots of takeout and everything ready to go. I was, well, if you visited my house in the downstairs bathroom, we have decorating the wall there, the Road to Serfdom in cartoons, as was printed in Look magazine in the 1940s. And if you've not seen this series, it's you know, I framed it and hung it, so obviously I really like it. And it depicts a free society, you know, how a free society can gradually become an unfree one. And it's a very visual illustration of what Scottish economist Alexander Tytler described as the cycle of freedom, from bondage to moral certitude, to great courage, to liberty, to abundance, to selfishness, to complacency, to apathy, to dependency, and back to bondage. In the 1930s, which was when, and 1940s, which is when Hayek was writing The Road to Serfdom, and then when it was being adapted in cartoon form, it was a really dark time for advocates of liberty. The consensus by basically every thinking person in the world was that liberal democratic capitalism had failed. And there were no dissenters to this view in academia or government or media. And the two isms competing to be the wave of the future were nationalism and socialism. Imagine that. And, you know, free trade was gone, open borders was gone, central planning was in vogue, and it was the power of the planner was prized over the freedom of the individual. There were liberty supporting organizations at the time, the Mont Pelerin Society, the Institute for Humane Studies, the Hoover Institution, the American Enterprise Institute, but they were about it. And their works at the time ooze with this theme that they are desperately trying to keep the lights on. They're trying to keep the torch lit so that they can hand it to some future generation that will one day rediscover the truth. Kind of the ideological equivalent of that seed vault in northern Norway, where the world has placed one of every seed that we might need if there ever is a future apocalypse. I raise this because a bit of this attitude back then was searching for a silver bullet, the one spokesman, the one film strip, the one book, the one piece of evidence that will awaken the rest of the world from its slumber, the easy answer. And it was also a sense back then that since the whole world was against us, it was a very inwardly focused time, convincing ourselves that we can't win a majority, and so all we can do is try to preserve things for the future. And, you know, we're not alone in that kind of mentality that occasionally occurs to us. There's this TV miniseries, Fall of Eagles, that I really like, and they have a scene, it's about, you know, it's a docudrama, and they have a scene of Lenin going to his first Marxist meeting, and he asks them, you know, what are you doing to overthrow the Tsar? And the answer he gets is, well, we print pamphlets and distribute them. And he says, well, who do you distribute them to? And they say, well, to each other. As frustrating as being a libertarian today is, it really is nothing compared to that era of fascism and communism and depression. And while, you know, 1.8 million votes for president and 50 state ballot access in a pandemic and a couple hundred elected libertarians may not be too impressive for someone who joined this party yesterday, those of us who've been at this a while, it's evidence of pretty good progress. The next time you're in a crowd, whenever we can be in crowds again, do me a favor and look around. 1 in 80 people you see voted Libertarian this year. If you happen to be in Alaska, it's 1 in 40. Even in Illinois, it was 1 in 90. And if you happen to find yourself in Green River, Wyoming, it was 1 in 2. So, you know, we're going to hear later from Mr. Pizzell on the election of Marshall Burt and the return of libertarians to state legislatures. But what he's going to describe is that there was no silver bullet involved. There was no inward focus involved. There was no woe is us involved. It was good old-fashioned hard work. So, you know, no lightning strike, no silver bullet, no magic, not you. And this committee a year ago invested in that project. And so many of you worked really hard to make it happen. And we've seen the results of that. And not just us, donors are very excited about the progress that we're demonstrating, that we're making. Activists are very excited. We've had a significant influx, thousands of people signing up to join us as activists and candidates and future leaders this year because they like what they heard. They like the positive message of liberty that we're showing people. And then in Marshall Burt's district, we demonstrated that that message and that work can win a majority. This is never the easiest meeting because it requires making very tough choices. Our budget is tiny, relatively, and we have so many good ideas of what we want to do. In September, I distributed a framework document that had what at least I consider 60 good ideas in it, and it easily could have been 600 good ideas. There's no shortage of good ideas from libertarians. And the budget process is about prioritizing those and making sure that we're not trying to do 100 things and starving them all of resources, but trying to focus on those that have the best and highest rates of return and the best national impacts. So I simply ask that you keep this in mind as we go through this deliberative process today and this weekend, and continue to make the forward progress that we're making. It is as depressing as the news is, and you know, most of America joins us in being depressed by the news every day. It's a great and exciting time to be a libertarian, and I'm excited to be chair of this party as we make progress that would be inconceivable in past years, past decades, and past generations. I've also submitted a written report and a budget narrative, and of course stand on those as well, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to comment that your speaking at the beginning of this report moved me quite a bit on how these times are so much like those times when the Road to Serfdom was written. And it teased the ball up for what we're going to need to be doing going forward. And I thought that was a really nice way to start off a meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. And you know, Mr. Hewitt and I talk, you know, on about a weekly basis, and you know, the reason I ran for at-large and the reason I ran for chair is to get libertarians in elected office. And, you know, I shuddered. I know secondhand what Mr. Hewitt's working to achieve in Riverside County and in the state of California. And, you know, I shudder to think what things could be like without him out there on that. And I also am excited to think about what it could be like if we had libertarians on every county board, in every city council, and in every state legislature. So thank you, Mr. Hewitt, for your hard work out there and everything you're doing. And, you know, every libertarian is behind you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just an FYI, I'll put the green check mark because I can't raise my hand like that had worked out for us in the past.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. Yes, I had several questions. You had requested that the LNC consider a bereavement committee. Did you have some kind of language for that?
I do not have language for it. And let me give due recognition. The idea, I believe, was Ms. Adams' idea originally. So I'd defer to her if she has language, but if not, I'm sure language could be developed pretty easily on it.
Okay, you know, that could easily go to the email list, but, you know, since you had brought it up, I wanted to make sure everyone had noted that we should consider that on your media appearance things, I don't know if you're aware, I spoke to Mr. Pizzell about this, but Cliff Mahoney from Young Americans for Liberty was recently on Tom Woods and basically hogged all the credit for the election of Burt Marshall. And I was wondering if it's possible for us to try to get Apollo on the Tom Woods show to talk about the Frontier Project, not necessarily to, you know, dispute Mr. Mahoney, but at least to give some recognition to where it belongs, because I was really disappointed in that show, and I just didn't know if that was possible. Maybe we could get Apollo on.
Well, as Kennedy said, victory has 1,000 fathers and defeat is an orphan. So I'm pleased that everybody's taking credit for Marshall Burt's victory, and you know, it's a commitment of mine to get Marshall Burt and Apollo in front of as many people as possible to tell that story. And you know, we're going to hear part of that story today. So, you know, let me know what you like about the presentation that you hear today, and we'll see if we can get that word out through every medium possible.
And the last question, we had briefly mentioned this in the executive committee meeting the other date, but where you had talked about encouraging the states to do their ballot access filing deadlines earlier. Another thing we need to be sure to keep on our radar is also our deadlines for submitting our paperwork. I know that was rolled into what you said, but I'm really concerned that there is not an internal calendar for this, because whoever is the keeper of this could get hit by a bus tomorrow. It's why I created a convention deadline calendar, and I put, you know, these critical dates in my reports. These critical dates should be before us every meeting, and there should be a master calendar of them. So I just wanted to bring that to mind. And that was all I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we will go to Mr. Coburn.
Yep, thank you. Sorry, I was trying to find the raise your hand button. I just had a brief question. In your report, you mentioned the task force on respectful conduct practices. When will we get to hear from that task force?
I don't have an answer to that question yet. I have directed them to make sure they do their work right and not necessarily fast, but I will get an answer and send it out by email.
Thank you.
Mr. Wendt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the points that you made in your report is that you're asking the LNC not to move forward with filling the committee at this time. I just was wondering if you wanted to kind of, I know you put some into there, but could you kind of expand on your rationale behind not wanting to fill those committees?
Yes, I've got a email that goes 4 pages from Mr. Thrasher on suggested reforms to the ballot access committee. I've not had an opportunity to digest it, and none of you have even seen it yet. And I'd like, you know, that to get consideration before we move forward with filling the ballot access committee. And I know there's similar proposals out there with respect to the convention committee and the information services committee. So I kind of put all 3 of those in the same bucket. I don't want to keep doing this forever. Like, I do want these filled, you know, in January of 2021, but I'd like to see if, you know, there's an opportunity for some consensus on some changes to these committees to make sure that they are effective at what they do, because we've run into issues in the last term on those 3. With that, time has expired on this item. Is there a motion to extend time? Seeing none, we'll go to Mr. Molman.
There we go. Good morning. I apologize. I was slightly delayed getting here, but I did hear almost all of your speech, Joe, and thank you very much. This is an exciting time in the party. I'd like to thank Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen for doing a great job representing the party, bringing in new volunteers across the party. Thank the leadership at the state and county level obviously the LNC as well, the staff, all the great volunteers out and about around the party. We're growing, and it's really exciting. I see it every day. We see people throughout the country helping spin up local parties, and that is the growth that I believe we need to see. I'm glad to see it as organic, and I'm glad to see that so many new people, especially the age group, it seems to be the 25 to 40-year-old age group that we're getting the bulk of the new volunteers. And that means that our party has a future. That's the next generation of this party coming in right now and growing. As most of you know, the state CRM project is a passion project of mine. We have been making new speed improvements that are rolling out now. We've spoken through Affiliate Support Committee, and Valerie Sarwark, I'm sure, will talk about this a bit, probably during, if you've read the Affiliate Support Committee report. We have spoken with a number of state chairs. Most of them are positive. There are obviously improvements that can be made, and we are aware of that. And that's never been a it was never intended that we just did the thing one time and we were done, that we would continue to grow and evolve just as politics evolve, that the project would also evolve and grow and become more of a fully featured product. But I'm pretty excited. As the Region 0 representative, I get to see the unaffiliated parties, the ones that are not part of a region, and get to see their progress. So Idaho, Mississippi, they're both growing. They've both got a direction. I'm happy to report that both of those states are moving forward, and excited to see what they are able to achieve here in the next year or two. Also obviously exciting, and I'm not claiming credit for this because there's been many people involved in this and some people very passionate about it. The potential of the spin up of a party in Guam. And that's exciting to see that we're growing outside of just the 50 plus DC. We're adding on the territories. And so I'm very excited. And I hope that others share my excitement, that I see a willingness of this board to not just keep on doing the things we've always done because it's the way we've always done it, that we're re-examining processes, that we're modernizing the party, that we're all these new volunteers. And Joe, as you noted, we won a state legislative seat. I mean, all of this is awesome news. We're really actually going somewhere. I've not been as excited to be active in the party as I have been in a very long time. I really feel like we're firing on all cylinders. We're heading the right direction, and I'm excited to see what unfolds over the next year and a half. So that's the basic summary of my report, and thank you. I'm open to questions if anybody has any, but thank you.
Thank you. We'll do questions. Mr. Phillips.
Two things. First is that not only do we have the potential spin-up of a party in Guam, but if I'm not mistaken, we have a Libertarian now working as an assistant district attorney there. So that's that's big on multiple levels. And the second, I apologize for stepping on Ken's time here, but I could not get my hand raised during your report. I was having a little computer difficulty. Just one quick question for you, Joe, which is, while I understand you're wanting to hold off maybe on seeing the committees, is there any reason why we can't start taking applications for those committees? Because that would make then seating the committees after we do all these things you're talking about much quicker. I'm a little concerned that if we push it back till January and then start taking applications, it's going to be February or March before we fill those committees. And that's a huge problem.
I'm not going to step on Mr. Molman's time, but I mean, he can respond to that with respect to the IS committee, probably.
Yeah, I understand the concern. I actually tend to agree with Mr. Henchman that we are looking at potentially reorganizing those committees. And my only concern would be that we'd be taking applications for a committee that is not known what its former structure would be. So I would say that if we're going to make the changes, we should do so with the quickness and, definitely take care of that in January. I agree with Mr. Benjamin that we should be doing that in January. And as soon as that's done, open up the application process. So I agree with you, Mr. Phillips. I think that we should, if we're going to push to January, then we need to decide, not necessarily with a motion, but unofficially that we're going to fill these things in February at the latest and move forward.
Other questions for Mr. Molman? Anything further, Mr. Molman?
Nothing. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Hagan, 10 minutes.
Okay. I sent out the November end of month financial reports last night. As of the end of November, the reserve was at $81,707. Mortgage principal has been paid down to, we have $39,911 left. And as reported earlier, there's an act from 2014 that allows national party committees to have up to 3 accounts for certain expenses. And those have their own contribution limits that don't count against the general fund. We had already set up a headquarters building account and been used that for the mortgage, and they also can be used for operations and furnishings, upkeep of the building. October, we had a donor that hit the limit on the general funds, and she has to contribute to the legal fund. So we opened up for, according to law, election recounts and other legal proceedings account. So now we have 2 of those separate segregated accounts open to take in donations. And the third one we could have is a presidential nomination convention account that can only be used for every 4 years for the presidential nominating committee or convention. Any questions? See, Ms. Harlows has her checkup.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Questions for Mr. Hagan, Mr. Webb.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hagan. Question on the building maintenance. Would that cover just, I'm thinking far in the future, field offices across the country for Libertarian HQ to basically work remotely in various areas?
Yeah, it said for the national headquarters building. That's a good question. Actually, we're going to have a meeting next week with Paula Edwards is the FEC consultant we work with, and she does the filing of the reports. And we're going to talk with her about exactly what we can spend on these 2 accounts. And I'll ask her about that one. The law, of course, is a little bit vague.
Aren't they always?
Yeah.
Other questions? Mr. Hagan, did you have anything further?
Nope, that was it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hagan.
Welcome.
Ms. Harlows, 10 minutes.
Okay, and as per Ms. Hogarth's urging, I'm not going to recapitulate everything that's in the report, but there were a couple things that aren't in there and a couple things to highlight. The applications are out for the awards, audit, and candidate support committees, and we've gotten a lot of responses. So I will have bundles out to you guys soon. Also, Judge Gray has asked me to review his next book. As you know, I did a review of his 2 paragraphs for liberty. So I'm in the process of doing that. And those of you from last term will remember there was that 50th anniversary edition of John Hosper's book, Libertarianism, A Political Philosophy for Tomorrow. And that is being shopped around now to to publishers, and I need to get with Mr. Bishop Henchman on a request that they have, because they're really using it to promote the Libertarian Party, and I think it's in our interest to continue to partner with them. Mr. Longstreth is aware of this effort, and I think combining this with our 50th anniversary celebration might be a really, really good thing. I had been collecting NDAs. Anyone who hasn't signed an NDA, please get with me, because you need to have one on file with headquarters. A big project is coming up that I already made the chair aware of, which is recalculating all of our per capita calculations, because the new census data will be out in March. So we haven't had to do that in 10 years. And also because it's a presidential election year, which census years always are, but to do that with the vote totals. So there's going to be a lot of recalculations when it comes to delegate redistribution and national committee seats earned by states. And the last thing, you guys have seen me mention this a tiny bit on the list, and like Jess Mears have talked about this in depth, but there is a new minor party started that I do think is going to be a force. It is started by the former Bernie Bros. It's the coordinator for Bernie's campaign. It's the driving force behind this. And I've been attending their weekly, because they have public like phone calls, they're almost strategy calls. So I've been attending them and keeping a lot of notes. They just filed in Maine and will be working on getting their 5,000 registered people in a year. They're still deciding on their name. They rejected my suggestion of Communist Party, though I thought that would have been the truth. But I think they're going to end up with the name of the People's Party. That seems like that has the most support. But I do think it'd be wise, if I'm not the only one paying attention to this, and that HQ and our chair should keep a lookout. And I think seeing a fresh new third party that's like still all full of piss and vinegar could give us a lot of ideas that we've kind of lost our fire in 50 years. And I get really energized just watching them, because they think they're going to elect a president in 4 years. I'm like, oh, my sweet summer child. But it's very invigorating. And we may be able to get some benefit from this as they start screaming about ballot access, because it's a new voice who will be screaming about ballot access. So that's just something I think needs to be on everybody's horizon. And with the exception of a motion to approve the convention minutes, which depending on when the chair would like me to do that, I figured I'd save for last, if there were no questions on anything else other than that minutes business.
Questions for Ms. Harlos. And I think you mentioned this, but your OneNote the tabs got reordered.
And I reordered them again. If you hit refresh, it should be back to the way it should be.
Mr. Coburn.
Thank you. I'm not sure that I necessarily agree with the direction of following around the new third party, but I am a little bit curious of some of your insights from doing that. Have you noticed if it is generally people from the Green Party reinventing and rebranding themselves, or if it seems to be newcomers into the third party sphere?
It's both. Every meeting, the question comes up to them that they're like, we just need to put this on our front page because we have to answer this every time, is why don't you just merge with the Green Party? And they have answers to it, and there's some subtext to that. One of their main answers has been that they don't like the name of the Green Party, and they keep asserting that if they were to go to the Green Party and persuade them to change their name, that the Green Party would have to start as if they were a brand new party. And that is just simply not true. So I don't know why they're giving that narrative. I think there's a bit of ego as well with the people who are leading this that want to be the new messiahs. You know, there's always political messiahs. There's political messiahs in our movement. I'm not saying that as a slur. But they are, so it's half and half, I would say. It's the Bernie bros who never considered third party, that just detest the Democrats. Like half of their meetings are just really saying how much they hate the Democrats. And that they want them to go away, like entirely. They are seeing themselves as replacing the Democrats. But what is also good for us is they are big proponents of RCV. And even though they're even calling themselves a new major party, which of course you can't just declare yourself a major party, but they've even said, at least right now, their goal is not to replace the Democrats and have another two-party system. They want to reform the American system to be more like some European countries with proportional representation eventually. But they are huge proponents of voting reform, and they're going to be huge proponents of ballot access reform once they realize what they're up against, because I don't think they have any idea yet. But they have working groups in, I think they said about 30 states now. They don't call them affiliates, they call them circles or something to that effect. But they're pretty organized and very, very energetic for socialism.
Other questions? Did you want to do your motion now or at some other point, Madam Secretary?
Yes, I'd like to do it now. And also, though, I see there was a guest that mentioned something about another party to keep an eye on. Jake Leonard had mentioned the Alliance Party. Jake, could you please email me information about that? Because I'm a political nerd, and watching these things is kind of like what I like to do. And I would love to follow them as well. So definitely. So yeah, the motion, it's in my report. And I would move that the version 2 draft minutes from the second sitting of the Libertarian National Convention, July 9th through 12th, 2020 be approved. And just to speak to that, I did follow the bylaws procedure. It had been open for public comment timely, and I had received only one negative comment. And the negative comment I'd like to present to you because I think you need to be aware of it. I do not believe it has any merit. Mr. Tom Knapp is of the opinion that anything that happened between the time that Mr. Merced yielded the gavel to the time that the vote was taken to allow the online delegates to participate was a hostile takeover of the party and not legitimate convention business, because a bunch of rebels took over the party for those few hours, and all of that needs to be expunged from the minutes. I declined to do that. It is business. Motions were made. You know, that would be just like me saying everything that happened before that was illegitimate and deciding not to put it in the minutes. Those sorts of personal opinions shouldn't. I gave a record of what happened, and people can draw their own opinions from the record. So that was the only negative comment that was received.
Time has expired on this report. Is there a motion to extend time to consider the motion?
I would move to extend for 2 minutes just for the purpose of approving the minutes.
Ms. Harlos moves to extend by 2 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Hagan. Is there objection? Seeing no objection, we're extended by 2 minutes. Ms. Harlos, you've made your motion. And just to clarify, did you have amendments you wanted to offer, or you were explaining why you didn't want to have amendments?
I was explaining why the one negative comment from public comment I don't believe had merit, and all the other comments I received were positive.
All right. So Ms. Harlos has moved to adopt the minutes of the second sitting of the 2020 Libertarian National Convention. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Phillips. Is there objection? Seeing no objection, it's adopted. Ms. Harlos, you have 1 minute.
That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Harlos. We'll now move to staff reports. And the first item is the incoming interim executive director, Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the LNC. Thank you, members of the Libertarian Party who are watching here as attendees or on our YouTube channel. I wanted to start out by saying what a deep sense of honor and privilege I have in being asked to address you today and to serve in this capacity as interim executive director. Tomorrow will mark the end of my first week in that capacity. So I thought it was perhaps a bit appropriate to begin these remarks by introducing myself to those of you which I've not had the chance to work with, and to reintroduce myself to those of you who I've worked with in other capacities. My educational background is in economics and business administration. I've got an economics degree from the University of Arizona. I began my professional life in financial services, where I came to manage an underwriting department of around 12 people for the US payments processing division of a publicly traded multinational company. I was in that position personally responsible for managing credit risk of a portfolio that exceeded $10 million, in addition to managing members of staff and all of the other associated responsibilities and tasks that come with that. I started my own small business after that in merchant services consulting, where I worked with a lot of local small businesses. And in the small business space, I specialized in working with mom and pops to translate my experience in the payments world to help them better utilize their payments technology and shape their business practices to more efficiently get value from that. All of that business that I built was built on networking and creating productive interpersonal relationships with my clients, which also led me for a time to serve as an operations manager for one of those clients. In 2018, I left all of that behind to work full-time for the Libertarian Party. It has been my biggest pleasure since to be able to work every day to further our shared goal of achieving a world set free in our lifetimes. As many of you are aware, I've worn many hats since coming on with the organization, most recently as Deputy Director of Operations. As such, I'm going to confine the balance of my report today to some of the areas which I've had personal involvement over the past quarter in that capacity. And I will let the directors and other staff speak more robustly in regards to their areas of responsibility and their reports throughout. That said, I think it'd be very, very remiss to not highlight the accomplishments of the Libertarian Frontier Project. Chair Bishop Henchman already spoke eloquently to the state that we find ourselves in as a party, and already mentioned the historic win of Marshall Burt. I'd also like to congratulate the project for the win of Trish Butler in Tennessee, as well as Bethany Baldez's second highly, highly competitive race in as many years. I had the pleasure this past quarter of working directly with the Frontier Project, mostly in the capacity of supplying data and eCanvasser backend support. I was the main point of contact with the Wyoming Secretary of State in obtaining elections data, and the main support person for helping to parse that data meaningfully so that it could be used by our field teams for the important work that they're doing. Just a few days ago, I began the process of knowledge transfer to Frontier Project personnel of many of those functions. So I will be working going forward to make sure that that project continues to be empowered on the data side to do everything it needs to do. I'm also very pleased to announce that last week we were able to work out an arrangement where we'll continue to have eCanvasser, which I know has been tremendous value both to the Frontier Project and to our wider universe of libertarian candidates. And we've reached an arrangement. You will forgive the ringing sound, I apologize. Reached an arrangement to continue that through 2021. Moving now to LP Store, which was another area of major focus for me over the last quarter. LP Store was presented with a very difficult situation this year. In presidential years, our sales volume increases at times by an order of magnitude over what the store normally does. In the best of circumstances, that places a heavy burden on the fulfillment side to make sure that we've got the time and energy to service so many more customers than we're normally accustomed to. With the challenges of COVID-19 and a socially distanced work environment, using an outside fulfillment house in 2020 was critical for our ability to even operate LP Store in the first place. I cannot imagine how we would have done it with internal staff. That said, that process has not been without problems and hiccups along the way. Many of them have been addressed in previous staff reports that I have submitted. And so I'll refer to those for specific detail, but primarily issues with inventory coordination between our fulfillment house and our own LP Store back-end systems, some delayed delivery times on product production, supply chain disruptions earlier in the year. In light of all of that, I'm still pleased to report that LP Store was profitable across the campaign season. It was slightly profitable across the, I believe margins were around 6.67%, excluding staff time. So the store did not operate at a loss across the election season. I think that's largely accountable to two major things. Firstly, major credit is deserved by Robert Kraus for renegotiating a early shipping issue that saw us receive a much larger invoice than would have been appropriate, and negotiating with our fulfillment house a substantially more satisfactory resolution to that. Secondly, was a price adjustment that occurred on LP Store in August to bring our price levels more in line with the costs that we were confronting in light of the new fulfillment relationship and the larger environment within which the store was operating. With both of those factors, we were able to bring it, into the black marginally and move forward from there. I'll refer to my my written report for recommendations largely, but I think that as we look going forward, as you consider options as far as the store, I think it's very important that we maintain control over consistent branding so that our branding can be consistent with our messaging and part of a larger overall strategy, and to consider perhaps novel approaches to improving the way we can handle inventory and track that. A more expansive relationship with a third party, recognizing that the storefront may not be within the core competency of a major political organization, might be advisable. Moving on from LP Store, a significant amount of work has been happening over a very short time frame on our Libertarian elected support system. I'll let others speak about that in more detail, but I wanted to touch on the fact that that there's great work being done, that it's being organized quickly, and that it's part of an overall larger approach of making sure that we have the infrastructure in place to achieve our own successes, so that when we are successful, as we grow as a party, as we are, a fast-growing party, and we will win more and we'll achieve more. And as we do that, we want to make sure that the infrastructure is in place for us to get the most out of those victories and to support our wonderful elected officials as they come into office. So we'll be continuing to support the efforts of LESS as they organize. And now virtually everybody thinks of less is more. I am particularly partial to reminding people that those who govern best govern less. So I look forward to even more great work on the Libertarian elected support system front. I'm going to take my final moments here, and then I'll yield back the rest of my time to speak a little on behalf of the staff, in saying that we could not be more proud of the accomplishments of the Libertarian Party over this past year, and could not be more ready to build on those accomplishments going forward. I think that it's an incredibly important time for the party right now to be organizationally prepared, to be structurally ready, to win and to keep on winning as we have been, and to build on those successes and support our elected officials and support our wonderful activists and volunteers and support our candidates in the field. And so HQ staff stands ready for the challenges that are ahead of it in 2021. We look forward to implementing the vision that you're working so hard over these next 2 days to lay out for us. And I just want to say again how tremendously honored and privileged I feel to be here addressing you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Questions?
I did, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Hollis.
I noticed in your report you had briefly mentioned LPTV, which is something I had mentioned to Mr. Fishman several times. I know there's been a regular feature of Libertarians at Large, and I had wondered if there was going to be anything further along that. They're kind of, they're somewhat of a policy due to internal politics that has always been in place, even if it isn't exactly explicit, that unless it's something specific to somebody's job title, that certain opportunities for public exposure that are given to one set of LNC members be offered to the entire set of LNC members. So I felt there's been a bit of inequity there. But besides that, besides the internal kind of competition type thing, we had a great program on there that highlighted our GSRM membership. But I do think we've been really lacking in not highlighting the fact that we have a lot of women on the LNC. And I've suggested that multiple times to Mr. Fishman. He didn't blow me off or anything like that. I'm not suggesting he was remiss. I just don't know what happened with it. So I'd like to bring that up publicly, that I think that's another segment of the population we could reach out to by highlighting. And obviously I know this seems somewhat self-serving because, you know, I am a bearer of the female moniker, but I'd be saying this no matter what, because if we did women and not the GSRM, even though I'm a member of that as well, I would have encourage that. So those two aspects where I do think we need to try to capture the female vote, but also more equity in time that's being given, because right now I do think it's somewhat against the policy manual.
I think those comments are very well received. We're in a process right now, and this is true of LPTV certainly, whereas I'm coming into this role, I am reevaluating and reviewing many of these areas. So I certainly welcome that feedback, and we are taking a look at LPTV. I think there's a long-term goal of many of those operations becoming more self-sustaining and self-sufficient. I think doing that will also allow potentially a lot broader offering going forward if it's not being so centrally managed. I think I've got a favorable audience here if I have implied a disparagement of central planning. And so I think that it's something that we're looking at. I definitely welcome those comments being made here, and I would say anybody else who has similar comments and feedback, but for whatever reason does not want to bring them up in this venue, to please reach out to me, because that is something that we're reevaluating and reconsidering, and we're going to be looking at LPTV and a lot of those other functions. And of course, in the medium term, I would also love to see LPTV more closely integrate with a larger messaging strategy that is more systematically planned out and determined and really targeted at accomplishing strategic messaging goals. And LPTV can have a role in that. I think there are going to be, there's going to be a process of evaluating that and seeing what changes we need to make that happen. So I welcome all kinds of comments and feedback that anybody might have, because it's very timely as we move into those considerations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Yeah, I mean, raise your hand if you don't want your own LPTV show. All right. I miss Bill.
Okay. I see a few hands.
So, okay.
And actually,
Mr. Ferreira.
Mr. Harris, thank you. You're in an awkward position because some of your report was your operations report that you submitted, and of course you're in the new role. For the report that Mr. Fishman had submitted, there was a request in there that if possible, more LNC members show up to the stand-up meetings. Is that a request that you also are making? I'm wondering if you're going to continue to have the stand-up meetings.
We will continue to have the stand-up meetings. They may, in time, evolve to a slightly different format. We've historically had one of our 2 regular stand-up meetings that is heavily focused on technology and technology-related issues, which is, of course, a great specialty of Mr. Fishman's. I kind of bring in a different skill set and a different focus, so we may redistribute the timing of some of those meetings. There will definitely continue to be a staff stand-up meeting. I would consider to all members of the LNC an open door invitation to attend if you would so choose. I leave that up to you. You are all always welcome in your interactions with staff, and particularly in our daily reporting meetings. I want you all to feel that you're welcome there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Roudsep.
Actually, it's not so much a comment to Tyler, but it's kind of backboning what he said in regards to the LPTV. As one of the individuals who started up the Libertarians at Large, this was more of a test bed program where we wanted to see, would we even have viewership for something like this? I know the regionals have already been talking among themselves about starting up their own show. And that's going to be something that I'm going to be talking with them and getting that running. And also, I know you put out a lot of programming yourself, Ms. Harlos, and I've watched a lot of it, and I would love to see that on LPTV as well. So I would like to see a larger growth of LPTV and really utilize this stream to its full potential. But this was the Libertarians at Large was more of a test bed, and it's proving to be successful. And we want to really roll it out, not only just to everyone on the LNC, but also advanced programming as well, at a minimal cost or no cost.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
I was just gonna speak to that. It may not have been a question for me, but I can answer it anyway. I think it speaks to a very, very good point, which is the more autonomous we can make. Once we have a model for launching a show, making it autonomous, making it self-sustaining, making it zero cost, making it its own kind of self-sustaining entity, then we can really scale to accomplish more with LPTV without becoming a television production shop. Because I think an important thing for staff is to retain focus on the core mission of the organization and make sure that even though we're doing many of these great things, and I think LPTV is a great thing that supports our branding, supports our messaging, and supports our mission, having the wide array of programming that the Libertarian Party probably desires and deserves is something that's going to necessitate us having a model where we can launch things and have them become more independent. And I thank Mr. Roudsep for helping to demonstrate that model through Libertarians at Large, which I think is not only incredibly successful, but also moving to that set of criteria to demonstrate sort of proof of concept that we can do that via LPTV.
Ms. Adams.
Hey, Mr. Harris, so glad to have you on board. Hate to bombard you like I'm getting ready to. Much love and respect. So a couple of things with things like LPTV, I'd like to see us hopefully pass this budget and hire a communications director and turn this over to that communications director to develop programming hopefully to create the balance and take some of that off the plates of staff that are currently trying to carry that load in addition to their regular workload. My question to you would be, I feel like last cycle, we kind of ran a spaghetti term, right? Like we threw a whole bunch of stuff at the wall and hoped that some of it would stick. And I'm not thoroughly convinced that we've defined purpose for a lot of these things, or that we've set measurable metrics or rubrics for all of these things. You know, we have LPTV, but what is its purpose, right? We have some new outreach, but what is the purpose? Do you have plans moving forward, assuming that we go ahead and pass this amazing budget and hire these very much needed positions, to work with those individuals to kind of help establish a purpose so that moving forward, we can maybe eliminate things that don't really have purpose, streamline, eliminate overlap? Do you have a plan for those things?
Yes. I think what you're talking about is a really important thing for the party. When we consider the organizational changes, many of which are being considered by the LNC this weekend, it really is more than just a new position here and then business as usual. It's moving our organization to a place where we have a reporting structure where staff operates through their directors and functional departments. It's an organization that can be conducive to defining missions for our projects, that can be conducive to setting goals for both entire departments and individual employees, so that we can foster the accomplishment and track progress towards attaining individual and clearly set goals. I think that's a very important thing for an organization of our size. We are a growing party, and as a growing party, we are going through certain structural changes to accommodate that growth. And what you're talking about is an important gate for us to cross through in order to accomplish the things that we need to accomplish as an increasingly large and growing political movement. We, as staff, I think it's very important that we be asking those questions. Does this project speak to our core competencies? Is this the most efficient use of staff time? We're libertarians, and so many of us understand economics. Many of us understand concepts like opportunity cost. It's not just is something the right thing to do because it has some slight marginal benefit over not doing it. It's what else could we be doing if we weren't doing this thing? What else could staff be working on if the time commitment was not there? And I don't want to seem like this is all laser focused on LPTV, because it's absolutely you could have many of the same conversations I think are very relevant to LP Store, to other projects that we do as staff, to other things that we do as staff. So I very much agree with that assessment that we need to be taking a hard look and asking specifically that question about the projects and various things that we take on. Is this something that we should be focusing on as something that's of core importance to our mission, given the resource cost, not just the monetary cost, but staff time costs and resource commitments that we're making? So yeah, there are a lot of plans. And as we grow as an organization, it's not just going to be the executive director that does that. It's going to rely on our directors, who are intimately familiar with their functional areas of the organization, to take those methods and to apply them down the staff structure, so that soup to nuts, we start thinking about things more critically in that way.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Time on this item has expired. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
You.
Mr. Pizzell, and I don't think Ms. Schultz is here, so it's just you, 30 minutes. Do you want, and I know you had an executive session item. Did you want to end with that or start with that?
We can end with that.
Okay, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate being here. It's right now we're unwinding and it's very nice to get this budget out of the way so that we can start working on our next priorities. So as has already been stated, the Frontier Project was able to successfully elect a state legislator in Wyoming in District 39. Marshall is working currently with us as a founding member of LESS to create a legislative agenda that we can utilize to increase the visibility of our victory. And also show that libertarians have the capacity to lead. We're running occupational licensure with the help of Laura Ebke. We're running some reforms on ballot access to highlight ballot access problems that the LP faces across the country, even though Wyoming is one of the better states. We're running gun law legislation, medical marijuana legislation. We're trying to capture all of the different areas where libertarians can lead. In Marshall's race, the LP, the LNC's contribution knocked 4 times. YYL knocked 3. We did phone banking and polling consistently in his race. It was the race that we polled the second most after Bethany Baldus's race in District 55. 220,000 digital banner ads divided among him and other candidates. Extensive radio advertisements. We worked with third-party organizations to create a narrative against the opponent. The number one thing that we're seeing in the media is that we not only did we win, but what they're saying is that we beat one of the most popular state legislators in the state of Wyoming. We did a poll early on for the approval of Mr. Blake, who had been in office for 14 years, and the approval numbers for Mr. Blake were 67%, and we were still able to achieve a victory over him at 54%. And it's significantly because we were able to tell the narrative through third-party organizations. We sent 4 general mailers, 2 targeted mailers, significant numbers or amounts of visibility, and it resulted in a 53.6% win over the 14-year incumbent in that particular district. Since that period of time, the Wyoming Party, who in 2015 put an ad in the newspaper saying that they were going to defunct as a party if they were unable to find somebody willing to step up and serve on their board of directors, now has 5 organically formed county affiliates, which stems pretty directly from the election of Mr. Burt. The most active is Sweetwater County, which is where Mr. Burt is located, so that we can work on creating a base for him so that we can lower that persuasion universe for re-election. And they, at their previous meeting, had legislators present who at one point openly and publicly requested that we do not target their seat because they're afraid of us. And these are all really great signs. Now in Bethany's race, which I know everybody watched very closely, we came within 33 votes of defeating their new representative, at least for the time being. And if you look at the numbers, I don't view it, I know Bethany won't love my answer on this, but I do not view this as a loss. I actually think that this has given us significant metrics to be able to see where our successes were. While we do not have the numbers from the county clerk just yet, our poll watchers counted 289 new registered voters that we had never spoken to. Now, new registered voters means that they either have not been a registered voter since 2014, or they're brand new to the area, which makes sense because Riverton has one of the highest turnovers of a community their size in the country. So it's a fairly transient area. So if you look from the 2018 race to the 2020 race, and we performed better among new voters. We performed better among voters who did not vote in 2018 but did vote in 2020. The only thing that we were unable to overcome were the coattails of Donald Trump. And that is what impacted Bethany's race. It impacted others as well, but that was the biggest impact that we saw, was the coattails of Donald Trump with the Republican Party. We also assisted with Trisha Butler down in Tennessee. I'm very proud of her and happy that she will be taking on a role as a co-chair along with Councilman Sid Dowd from Montana, taking on a co-chair role with Les which is the Libertarian elected support system. I do better with questions. So with that general report, I'm happy to answer any questions that there might be. Oh, I did not do the back page. Actually, let me do that really quickly as well, because it is what's next. So what we're planning to do for 2021 and 2022. That's the piece that probably you care about more than anything. So what we're doing in 2021 is we're going to. One of the biggest challenges that we encountered was not enough time in the day and not enough people able to work the number of races that we wanted to work. So instead of trying to recruit dozens of candidates and trying to replicate this by training candidates, in 2021 we're going to try to focus on training campaign managers, campaign treasurers, campaign staffers who are capable of being able to run these types of elections, so that there is more resources that we can provide to more candidates instead of doing such a narrow focus. Because at the rate that we currently are going, we're going to need to have more support in order to be able to get the people elected. So 2021, we're going to identify city council races across the country, competitive mayoral races, competitive county council races, and we're going to try to match campaign management talent with those various county and city council races. And we're going to take them into a kind of an apprenticeship program where they'll work directly with operatives, directly with me, to be able to run these campaigns from top to bottom, all the way to the end. Be able to have open access to me, be able to have open access to our designers. So we're going to be spending less resources. It'll be less money focused and more of a data transfer focus, or a knowledge transfer focus, so that we can then take the cream of the crop, the people who were most successful in 2021, and assign them to similar races to Mr. Burt's and Ms. Baldez's in 2022. We are also, while we're still focusing heavily on the existing opportunities in the states we're working on, we're also looking at expanding those to other states across the country with a similar laser-like focus that we have placed on the Wyoming area. So that is the general goal of the 2021-2022 cycle.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pizzell. Mr. Bishop Henchman has handed me the gavel. Are there any questions for Mr. Pizzell?
I just had a comment. I have to do the green check mark because I can't raise my hand.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to say you're the bomb, Apollo. You are the absolute bomb, diggity bomb. That was it.
I was muted. Sorry. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. I very much appreciate it.
All right. And Mr. Bishop Henchman is back. I'm going to hand the gavel back to him.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Ebke, and then Mr. Wendt. Ms. Ebke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apollo, you know how highly I think of you and the work that you all have done out there, and I just want to echo the Secretary's points of view, and I wish you'd been with me through the whole campaign in 2018.
Me too.
Thank you, Ms. Ebke. Mr. Wendt, then Mr. Molman. Mr. Wendt.
Yes, I forgot my question. I'm going to go and pass.
All right, Mr. Molman.
Mr. Pizzell, I believe in your report you mentioned this, but I wanted to put it out publicly about training, and a question about trying to do regional trainings. I think that might be the most efficient way to do it. I think you had said you had planned to do that. Can you elaborate on that just a little bit?
Sure. This is a focus that is more towards Ms. Schultz, but I absolutely will be helping with those. I agree with Ms. Schultz that there should be regional trainings. From what I understand, well, not from what I understand, from the discussions that we've had with the chair and the executive director, our goal with Ms. Schultz and myself is going to be to try to create different levels of training. So we'll have a general training that trains county affiliate support staff, that trains candidates, that trains campaign managers. Those will be regional trainings that will break out, and I'll follow Kara's lead on that. So she'll be the one running those. And I'll just show up where she points me. And then we'll do some more intensive trainings for more specific, political director trainings, things like that. That'll be more extensive. And then and then we'll Ms. DeSisto has an operatives training that will also be coinciding with this. And then finally, it will be the campaign manager training, which will be a more intensive. So we're going to have different levels, and they're going to incorporate things like digital distance learning modules that people can complete and receive certificates of completion or whatnot, so that they can candidates can search out and identify people who have taken trainings that that fit their needs, and they can go ahead and shop from a qualified field or pool of operatives.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molman. I have Mr. Hewitt and then Mr. Wendt. Mr. Hewitt?
Yes. Hey, Apollo, not bad for a kid from Utah. I'll tell you what, you know, up there, they've had polygamy in the past, and we have that word polygamy. We need to coin a word that has poly on the front, but refers to people with multiple wins in an election cycle. So you did have that to some degree last time, and I expect you have it quite a bit more in the future. So anybody comes up with a great term for that, that's going to be one of our new rallying cries. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt.
Mr. Wendt and then Mr. Phillips. Mr. Wendt? Mr. Wendt, you're muted. There you go.
Yep, I am. I've remembered my questions and, you know, a little bit discombobulated this morning. But first off, awesome job, Apollo. Like what you did in Wyoming, it's definitely the crowning jewel of our last cycle. So my question is, you had referred to there's 5 affiliate parties in Wyoming. I'm having, as Region 1, I have some difficulties kind of connecting with Wyoming because I kind of just wanted to let you do your thing. So I have you, in addition to Sweetwater and Fremont County, what are the other 3 county affiliates?
Now I'm muted. Now it's Natrona County. Sublet and Teton are going to do one county together, which makes sense. And Albany County are the other 3.
All right, awesome. And then the other question I had was on the Libertarian elected support system. I saw there was the structure. How does that interface with the LNC? What are your needs on the LNC for it? Because I did see it, and if it, you know, I just want to know, what are we responsible for on that, and what needs to happen?
I view this as a natural progression from Frontier and getting candidates elected, because once they're elected, we need to continue to support them. But I also want it to be more member driven. So it'll, for the startup, it's going to take us organizing and putting the structure into place. But the way that I've spoken to the chair and the way that we've spoken to the co-chairs of LESS, the idea is more for it to kind of be a membership driven organization that will run parallel with LNC. The chair will appoint the co-chairs. The LNC will govern the overarching goals of LESS. But for the most part, they'll manage themselves. So to start, what we're going to need is, which is already underway, is branding, IT, any sort of IT specs that are going to need, any websites, or either starting a Slack channel, and then working with people like Laura and whatnot to try to create a relationships and network with the state policy network, so that we can connect our elected officials with people who work in the policy arena every day. But for the most part, it is really in its inception stages, and we're kind of letting the members kind of decide how they want to do it. But the general structure is going to be co-chairs at the top, a series of different committees that will have both experts in the policy area as well as our elected officials, and then the general membership at large.
Okay, so it's more of an autonomous group of the elected officials that just interfaces based upon what administrative resources they need.
Exactly. Right.
Thank you. I have Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to echo everybody else's congratulations and thanks to Apollo. I've been a big fan, as you know, and a big supporter of your work, and I continue to be so. So please keep that up. On that, please do not take this next part. This next part is not directed at you at all. Okay. I understand that Ms. Schultz is not here to answer questions, I'm also been informed that she was told she was not needed. I am not okay with that. I think that should be our decision. Going forward in the future. Not saying we need to call her up and get her on the phone right now or anything like that. But this is, we've kind of short-circuited her report a couple times now, and her contributions are very valuable. And while I have the ability as her regional rep to reach out to her very easily and get these questions answered, other people don't have that availability, and having her present for these meetings would be something that I would encourage in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I appreciate your sentiment before that.
Mr. Coburn.
Thank you. I just wanted to also, we've given Paul a lot of thanks. I want to thank the previous LNC for also believing in the project, because we wouldn't be here without them as well. But I do have two questions. The first one is about training. I guess we can start there since we're on that thread. In talking to my state chairs, there seems to be a lot of misgiving about scheduling an in-person regional training for an entire region in the uncertain circumstance that we find ourselves in. Is there any thought in terms of how we should navigate that? Should we postpone towards later? I just received communication from Kara suggesting maybe we do a summer training. Is there any thoughts in terms of a national strategy, or just are we handling it on a case-by-case basis?
I will defer to Kara on this one. I really, when Kara points her axe, I will go to where she needs me on the training. So I'm going to defer to her on anything on that.
Okay. And then the follow-up question is unrelated. I attempted to find this information previously, but was unable to. I know that we point to in 2019, I think that we elected, it was something like 32 city council or something like that.
96 in 19.
Okay, 96, even better. Do we have any statistics on those races? How many of them are up for re-election? How many of them are still in that seat? How many of them are running for re-election? Anything like that?
That is interesting. I actually do not have that off the top of my head. I'm not sure if Ms. Schultz does.
Okay. I'd be interested in that data if you can get it.
Any further questions? All right. Mr. Pizzell, did you still want executive session time?
Yes, we can do it either now, or I can just be part of if you have an executive session.
I think we'd rather just keep it on the thread right now. We have a separate room set up for it, so the chair will move into executive session for reasons of political strategy requiring confidentiality. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Harlos. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, we'll move to
Sir, not an objection, but Ms. Billion, were you waving at the screen or were you wiping something off? Okay, I just didn't want somebody to miss something you were trying to get attention on.
Very quickly, can we allow, if I'm able to get a hold of him, allow Sid Dowd to be in that for a moment, because he has significant information on that.
Is there any objection to Mr. Pizzell? Is there any objection to our staff and Mr. Dowd being in this executive session? Seeing no objection, that's what we'll do. At 10:06 a.m. Eastern Time, an email was sent to LNC members with a link for a separate Zoom room. So that way we don't have to kick everybody out, and then so we'll all kind of leave and then we'll come back. And I'll pull it up on my phone, I guess is what I'll do for myself. So at 10:06 a.m. you got an email from Ms. Harlos with login information for that room, and that'll be the executive session room. And I'm going to send this information to each of the staff members on the call. So let me go ahead and do that, and I'll see you all over there in a moment. So Mr. Pizzell, I've sent it to you. Mr. Harris, I've sent it to you. Let's see who else we got. Ms. DeSisto.
And I'm logging in on a different computer so that we don't lose, with me being the host, it might mess up the room. So
Mr. If I missed any staff, I apologize if I have.
Mr. Chair, did you send that via email?
No, I sent it in the chat window on this Zoom call.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Kraus.
Mr. Chair, someone is unmuted on both sides, just so that they know.
Alrighty, I'm going to mute myself.
Joe, I think you're still muted.
There we go. Thank you. All right. We have returned from executive session at 1:28 p.m. Eastern Time. The orders of the day have us taking a 30-minute recess at this point. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we are recessed for 30 minutes until 2 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
It is 2:01 p.m. and I will call us back to order. And if there's no objection, Mr. Hall has joined us, and I'd like to give his report as his time is limited, and then we can go backwards and catch up on the rest of the agenda. So is there any objection to moving to the report from our special counsel? Hearing or seeing none, that's what we'll do. Mr. Hall, Oliver Hall.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on our progress on the legal front in the last quarter. I did send a written report earlier today, so everybody hopefully has that. As usual, I think everything, most things on the report are pretty straightforward, pretty self-explanatory. So usually what I do is just provide a couple of highlights and then make myself available for any questions. So in the last quarter, obviously, we had quite a few issues relating to ballot access and then inclusion of various candidates in candidate debates. On the ballot access front, I think we had some success. You know, the big issue this election cycle, I think, was the COVID pandemic. And we did have some success bringing some emergency litigation to get some relief from ballot access requirements being enforced during the pandemic. So I think the biggest, and actually this all happened so fast that the two COVID cases that we brought, actually three, aren't actually reflected on this report because they started and finished so quickly. But probably our biggest success was Illinois. We brought a case there in, I want to say, early April, challenging the enforcement of the signature requirements during the pandemic. And we really got a great decision there on behalf of the Libertarian Party. We also represented the Greens and some independents. And the relief the court entered was a 90% reduction of signature requirements, suspension of the notarization requirement, authorization of electronic petitioning. So that was a pretty great result, and it was a pretty hard fought win. The state appealed and then pursued first the appeal of the preliminary injunction and then appealed on the merits to the Seventh Circuit, and we won. So that was a good result. I think a lot of candidates got on the ballot who otherwise wouldn't have, but they were, some of them, still challenged. I know Bill Redpath was, and he prevailed in his challenge, in the challenge to his nomination petitions. I would have to say that was kind of the high water mark. Courts were all over the place. They continue to be all over the place when it comes to enforcing signature requirements during the pandemic. We did win another decision in Maryland on behalf of the Maryland Libertarian Party and the Green Party as well there. In that case, we got a 50% reduction of the signature requirement and also electronic petitioning authorized. And as a result, the Libertarian Party did qualify for the ballot in Maryland. One of the bad results, and there were quite a few of them all over the country, not just for the Libertarians, but for anyone dealing with petitioning during the pandemic. In Pennsylvania, we filed a case there on behalf of the Libertarian Party, and you know, it was based largely on the same facts, the difficulty of petitioning during the pandemic. And in that case, it was actually illegal to collect signatures for 75 days of the statutory petitioning period. The governor's executive orders said, don't leave your house unless it's for life essential activities, of which petitioning is not one, of course. And the court just disregarded that, said no heavy burden on constitutional rights here. You can still get your signatures. And we took an emergency appeal to the Third Circuit, and they pretty much agreed in a kind of a summary fashion. And ironically, I think we were maybe harmed by the fact that we had won a big case there a few years ago, which some of you may recall, reduced the signature requirement from a 2% requirement, which ranged anywhere from, you know, 25,000 signatures all the way up to about 70,000 signatures, depending on the election cycle. and reduced it to a flat 5,000 signatures for statewide access. And the courts referenced that earlier decision, and I think they just thought, we've done enough for you, and even if we're in a pandemic now, we're not going to do anything more. So that was unfortunate. I don't think it makes really any sense on the law or the facts for that matter, but that's what happened. Apart from those ballot access cases, as I mentioned, we did do a lot with trying to get candidates in debates. The problem on that front is that, as everyone knows, the Federal Election Commission, in the best of circumstances, is really kind of a toothless tiger. And when it comes to these debate inclusion requirements, has already refused to investigate our complaint that debate staging organizations are violating federal election rules by inviting only Republicans and Democrats. And so with that agency in action, we don't have a lot of legal recourse. We did send a few demand letters this election cycle. And you know, in the cases where we're rebuffed, we can go ahead and file another FEC complaint, and maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll file another sort of omnibus FEC complaint encompassing all of these various entities that denied Libertarian candidates access. But I don't think we have too much reason for optimism on that front. So, but on the other hand, sometimes when we send these demand letters laying out the debate staging organization's legal obligations, sometimes they voluntarily comply. And that did happen in 2020 with the Columbus Metropolitan Club, which was one of the entities in Ohio that really resisted us pretty aggressively last time around and refused to allow the Libertarian candidate to participate. And this time around, they voluntarily did so. So I guess we make some progress here and there, even though the FEC is just sort of willfully refusing to enforce the law when it comes to debate staging organizations. There are a couple of cases pending that I wanted to mention. One filed on behalf of the Maine Libertarian Party. We are challenging the requirements that obtain to a party that is a newly forming party, the requirements for forming a new political party, and then also for retaining ballot access once you comply. Without going into all the details, Maine has really made it next to impossible for a new party to remain ballot qualified, even if it's able to become qualified in the first instance. And that's through a kind of a web of requirements and restrictions that really make it impossible unless you have $1 million to throw at the problem and enlist, you know, a couple 100,000 members maybe. We did file a motion for preliminary injunction in early 2020. The court oddly ruled that we're likely to prevail on at least some of our claims, which normally means that the court should grant preliminary relief. But this judge, let me just say, he doesn't seem willing to do more than he's absolutely required to do to help us in this case thus far. But we do have a ruling from him that we're likely to prevail on at least some of the claims. So I'm hopeful that eventually when we file motions for summary judgment, that we will eventually prevail. And those motions are due at the end of this month. So we're working on that. And like I said, looking forward hopefully to some relief in early 2021 when that case is decided. And then, as Whitney Billier knows, we have a case pending in Texas that's been going on for quite a while. It was continued because of the COVID pandemic. So the deadlines were extended. We're in the discovery phase now, and we're compiling a really strong evidentiary record, really unlike any other ballot access case I've ever filed. Normally, these things are done in a rush. We're trying to get on the ballot for an upcoming election, and everything's got to be done as quickly as possible. That's not the case with this case. We've had the time to compile an evidentiary record that is in some ways stronger than any case I've ever seen. So it is taking time, but we're moving forward with that and looking to summary judgment motions at the end of May 2021. So those are the things I wanted to highlight, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Questions for Mr. Hall? Going once. Mr. Phillips.
Oliver, I wanted to thank you again for all the hard work you did on all that stuff, including especially the Libertarian Party of Illinois lawsuit and the success that helped us with. I had one quick question for you, just in regards to, yeah, I know that the FEC is having issues. Is there a form letter that we have access to for things like if a news station is running interviews of the Democrat and Republican candidates, but not interviewing the Libertarian candidates, things like that, you know, that are outside the normal debate thing, but just as far as, you know, seem to be a violation of equal time rules?
That's a good point. I did raise that, I think, with either the chair or the entire committee not so long ago. We don't have a form letter, but we should. And I think, like the debates, it's something that we should pursue whenever we can, whether we get results or not. I think it's always important to assert our rights, and you know, sometimes we do get equal time or get participation in the debates. So that's something I can put on my agenda. Thank you for raising it.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I have Mr. Roudsep and then Ms. Harlos. Mr. Roudsep.
Yes. Again, also, thank you for everything that you have done. It's great work. Have we identified any upcoming legal battles that may be more difficult than others, seeing that there's a lot of other states that have recently lost ballot access?
I have not reviewed the possibility of bringing new litigation in states where state affiliates may have lost ballot access in this election cycle. But it's something that we're sort of always doing on an ongoing basis. I personally have a pretty heavy caseload right now. So I'm not sure that I would be planning to file any new lawsuits right away, but certainly I am open to any inquiries on that front or recommendations on that front, and I could give it a preliminary review. And if I'm not personally able to handle it, could certainly help to facilitate finding counsel who might be available.
Famous last words on no more cases. We'll see about that. I have Ms. Harlos next.
Mr. Hall, I just wanted to, if it wasn't already on your radar, because Maine keeps coming up, and particularly retaining ballot access, that a new party just filed in Maine. They're going to try to get their 5,000 registrations in the year, but that may end up being an inadvertent ally when they fail to keep it, which I suspect will happen since it's so difficult. So I didn't know if you were aware of that new filing, and if not, I just wanted to make you aware. They are called the People's Party.
Yes, thank you. I was aware of that, and I haven't reached out to them, but we have been in touch with the Green Party. The Green Party in Maine has been ballot qualified for several election cycles. I want to say, 20 or 30 years. And they got on by virtue of the law as it used to exist, not as it now exists. But they have 40,000 or so registered members. And so to retain ballot access in Maine, you have to ensure that 10,000 registered members of your party turn out to vote in each election cycle. So it's not so hard for the Green Party as it is for a new party. To qualify as a new party, you only need you need to register 5,000 new members, but then in the very next election cycle, you need to have 10,000 members, and you need to ensure that all 10,000 of them turn out to vote. That's hard enough, doubling size in a single election cycle, and then effectively ensuring that 100% of your membership turns out to vote. it's really not even a rational scheme. The state doesn't have any rational basis for requiring a party to ensure that 100% of its membership turns out to vote, or for that matter, any of its members turn out to vote as a condition of retaining ballot access. But that's the requirement, and that's one reason why it's so hard. The other reason is that a new party is required to nominate by primary election. But the only way to get on the primary election ballot is to get signatures from registered members of the party. The signature requirements are a flat number. They're the same for the Republicans, Democrats, and any new party. And for example, it's 2,000 signatures for a statewide candidate. Now, 2,000 signatures from a party with only 5,000 members scattered throughout the state is, borderline impossible. And that's what the Libertarian Party found during the 2 election cycles it was qualified. So it faced this sort of, I keep using the word impossible. I don't want to overstate things, but I mean, it's sort of impossible task of guaranteeing that 10,000 members would turn out in an election in which there were no Libertarian Party candidates on the ballot, because again, it was virtually impossible to get on the primary ballot. So we've made some really strong arguments against this statutory scheme that are well grounded in precedent. As I mentioned, we've had some trouble convincing this judge to see things our way, but he has made a preliminary ruling that we're likely to prevail on at least some of these claims. So we hope in the end that he will enter some meaningful relief. And that should benefit the People's Party, the Green Party, any other party that's stuck in this same cycle of futility in terms of retaining ballot access. The Greens, of course, can retain ballot access because they have 40,000 members, but for the Libertarians or any other party that's just starting out, very, very difficult, if not impossible.
I have Mr. Wendt and then Mr. Molman, and there's 3 minutes left on this agenda item. Mr. Wendt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hall. I just had a quick update. When I was going through my Google notifications this morning, do you have any awareness of the Alaskan Independence Party? Apparently it is chaired by Scott Cullis, and they are calling for they've filed suit against Measure 2 in Alaska, which is the jungle primary and the ranked choice voting. So do you have any knowledge of that?
I don't, but I'll look into it.
Thank you, Mr. Wendt. Mr. Molman.
Mr. Chair, I was raising my hand to be recognized to see if you would recognize Mr. Thrasher. He had 2 questions. I could just ask his questions, I guess, too. That would actually work. Let me ask
Is there
his
any
question.
objection to hearing from Mr. Thrasher? Without objection, Mr. Thrasher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hall. I have 2 questions. First of all, does the Texas ballot access case have any possible ramifications or national implications should we be successful in that effort? And also concerning the LP of Maine, are you in close contact with the party as far as what their current efforts are to re-register Libertarian voters, and what would you suggest the state party should be doing on that front to coincide with the ongoing litigation at this time? Thank you.
Thanks. Let me answer the main question first. The way the statute works is they have to file a declaration of intent to form a new party. And the deadline for doing that, I think, starts somewhere around December 15th. So it's actually a little too early for them to formally register members. But a related issue is that one of the things we're challenging in this case, and one of the issues the judge ruled that we're likely to prevail on ultimately, is that this party used to have 6,240 members. And when they failed to get 10,000 members to turn out and vote in 2018, they were disqualified as a party. And all those voters were involuntarily unenrolled and effectively reclassified as independent. So in the litigation, we are trying to convince the judge to re-enroll those members. One of the difficulties is the judge thinks that he shouldn't necessarily do that because he doesn't have any indication that these voters actually want to be re-enrolled. You know, we've argued pretty strenuously that the best evidence you have for it is what they themselves indicated on their voter registration cards, which is that they wanted to be registered Libertarian. They did not unenroll. The state did that to them without notice or consent. So we're trying to get that to happen. Honestly, what may happen is that the judge may rule it to be unconstitutional and will only be willing to re-enroll those voters for whom we have specific evidence that they want to be re-enrolled. So that's something we've been working with the state party to try to do, to contact all 6,240 of those voters and get some written indication that they want to be re-enrolled. Problem with that is, for most of them, we don't have email or phone number. We just have mailing address. So it's either a very expensive and ineffective postal mail campaign, or it's even more expensive and time consuming driving all across the state and trying to track these folks down one by one. Short of doing that, I have worked with the state party to promote this effort through Twitter, Facebook, various social media outlets, and then also by doing email blasts. The LNC has assisted with this by providing a list of about 2,000 or so Libertarian Party members in Maine for whom we did not have phone numbers or emails, and we now do. So the party is in the process of trying to reach at least those 2,000 folks and get some positive response. But again, it's very difficult, even if you have email or phone number, to get the kind of evidence that the judge is saying he needs. But we are working on that. Quickly to respond to Texas, I don't think it has any particular national implication other than I think we're trying, first of all, it's a big, important state, right? And it would be good to get some better ballot access laws in place there. The Libertarian Party is, of course, qualified already, but, and hopefully it will remain so. If it ever loses ballot access, it's going to be very, very difficult to get it back in that state because the requirements keep going up. The price of conducting a successful petition drive keeps going up. And short of billionaires at this point, it's going to be very difficult for anyone to get on the ballot in Texas. We are working on one aspect of that case, which is trying, and this was actually before the pandemic hit, but we were arguing to the court that one less burdensome alternative than making people go out and get 80,000 plus signatures by hand on paper nomination petitions is electronic petitioning. It's not a panacea, but it would really reduce the burden and expense of conducting these petition drives if people could sign petitions online the way they're already permitted to do in Arizona. So that's one thing that I think over the long term can be part of a pretty significant reform that would ease ballot access all across the nation if we could get it implemented.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Time on this item is expired. And let me also convey my appreciation to your hard work. I know how many hours you put in and what we pay you for those hours, which is not at all enough. And it's greatly appreciated.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to represent the Libertarian Party. I really do. And want nothing but success for this organization. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Thank you.
Resuming the agenda as we had it, the next item is the report from Mr. Kraus, 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Good to know the microphone is working sort of today. Okay, I'm going to refer you back to a couple of the reports that Tim had mentioned in his presentation. One is where we are in terms of the reserve, which we ended November at $81,707. And at the high point of the year, as I mentioned in my report in June, we were at $190,195. And going back to the balance sheet for the month, you will see that our unrestricted cash went down by $55.6 thousand, and we also had something similar happen to us in October. So we are eating away at our cash reserve at a good clip. I don't think it will be as bad as I anticipated for December. I just was running some numbers, and I estimate our average December unrestricted revenue, non-bequest, non-convention revenue over the last 5 years is $113,000. I anticipate we're running at about 125 to 130K a month in expenses. I think that's where we'll be next month. So, we're about anywhere from go down another 10 to 25,000 on our reserve, which means we'll be about 55 to 60,000. I think that perhaps we can count on going into 2021. So originally I thought we would be more like 0 to 50,000. So that's, a little better. That gives us a little bit of money going into 2021, as usually December, January, February are really lean months. So that gives us, a little bit of breathing space. So I feel a little better about that. There's some expenses we have to cover, obviously. We have a large thank you letter going out to the Joe Jurgensen folks who donated to that campaign. And I'm sure that will be addressed shortly. And we have other mailers going out, and we have our annual payment to Blackbaud due at the first of the month. And only a small part of that, or half of that, will be covered by what's left over of our bequest. So we've been using that bequest money every year to pay for Razor's Edge. And now it's only going to cover a portion of that bequest money for next year. And then after that, we're out of bequest money. We have 23,900 approximately in that bequest account that's due to us. So that's kind of where we stand. It'll get tighter, I think, like 2019, where we were really, really tight in January, February, and March, having some issues paying bills. And I anticipate those are lean months, as I mentioned, and I don't think it would be unusual for us to experience the same tightness for those first 3 months until we get to like the annual report or periods where we can actually do some decent fundraising come spring. So we'll see what happens, but that's all I have. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Mr. Kraus, and I'll take the prerogative of the first one. So you mentioned our year-end reserve will be somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000 to $75,000, depending on what happens. What was it at, about 2 years ago or 3 years ago?
Okay, so in December 18, we had a negative reserve of 345,958. And then December last year, we had a negative reserve of only 23,146. So we really recovered that dramatically over the course of the first 5 months of 2019. It really took until, again, that March, April, May period to build back up our reserve. We were at 57.9 in May 19, positive reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Kraus. Ms. Harleth.
I had to unmute myself. That year we had that really horrendous negative reserve. I'm just trying to make sure I have my time frame correct. Was that the year that the LNC passed a negative budget of about that amount? That I believe I was Region 1 at that time, so it sounds about right. Is that correct, Mr. House?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, 2018 was, we started out really well and things got tight towards the end of 2018. So that was part of that, is we did have the, the cash going into 2018, but not coming out of.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to make sure before I said the next thing is that's a good object lesson on why never to pass negative budgets, which I know our current chair is very dedicated to. And back in 2018, I think there was only 3 votes against it, and I was one of them. So I've been opposed to that for a long time. I think actually we should put in a policy manual prohibition against doing that, but that was a nightmare that year. Whitney, I believe, was there for that. I'm not sure. I see her shaking her head going, it was a nightmare. But yeah, all right, thank you, Mr. Krause.
Thank you. Ms. Adams.
Yeah, Robert, thank you so much, number one, for all of your hard work for the party and your support of our growth. My question to you is this: assuming that we pass the proposed balanced budget, which I certainly hope we do, we have a policy that allows us to overspend by 10% in each department. And if we should happen to do that, as we have been known to do in the past, where would that overspending put us? What kind of shortfall would we be looking at overall if we did approach that 10%?
I guess, 200,000, right? But very often we come back to the LNC anytime we're approaching a situation where we need more money in a particular category for the budget, so that we don't hit that 10% line. I think we're going to this year, we'll be right at it for campaign support, but I don't think we really need a budget increase there because we will be under that 10%. But that's the only category. So we've done really well this year in keeping within the budget and adjusting our budget to reflect reality. And I think this particular LNC is very good at that and very acceptable to looking at the budget, practically monthly, right, with these monthly meetings. Right. So I think it's something that we're not going to get behind on like we have in the past. You're not going 4 months between meetings, right? So it's something.
So then you would feel very confident. I know that it's your practice to come personally to come back to the LNC if you anticipate a need to extend, but it's your belief that we're unlikely then to hit that 10% overage on
right, which is 177K. Tim put that in the chat there. But yeah, I mean, definitely, I think Tim has been very aggressive at making sure our budget reflects the reality of what's really going on and making those adjustments as we continue on. And those monthly meetings are helpful because it gives us a chance to review everything once a month instead of once every 3 to 4 months. So we're not going to get behind ourselves.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Krause.
And I'll just add to that. I think we've done this once or twice or maybe even 3 times already of where we are over in one line item, we'll come to the LNC and ask for adjustments and, that are paid for with cuts to other line items that we're maybe not spending as much on.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Krause. I think that's everybody. Sorry, I muted myself. Thank you, Mr. Krause. I think that's everybody. So
thank you.
Next item is Ms. DeSisto, 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you very much for having me speak. I just want to share with you, since our last meeting, we raised $519,000. We also brought in 9,914 gifts. I do want to give a particular shout out to the chair, Mr. Joe Bishop Henchman, for all the time he's been putting into stewardship calls. I also want to recognize Valerie Sarwark, Tucker Coburn, TJ Ferreira, David Sexton, Stephen Nikela, Laura Ebke, Karen Ann Harlos, and Chris Lucchini for their time that they have taken to do stewardship calls. This is greatly appreciated. We're also able to pick up lapsed donors during these calls. I also want to make sure I invite all of you to approach me if you're interested in making an individual fundraising plan for yourself. I'm doing this with some LNC members, but there, as I've said before, there are many of you and only one of me. We do have 3 major gift proposals that we are working on at this time. We are making larger asks than we have ever previously made. And so that is very, very exciting because we have a very ambitious agenda for 2021. I have been working with Mr. Molman on a data purchase that we're looking to build and work through the Civi CRM. So we want to make sure that when we do that, it is a substantial amount of information that we're pulling in. I want to make sure that we have the infrastructure to work that data appropriately from a development standpoint. And he and I have been in conversation regarding that. We will be fundraising towards the communications director that you are all looking at in front of you in the proposed budget. So that is part of our major giving asks. I will also be fundraising for regional trainings for candidate support. Candidate support costs money, and we need to focus a lot of attention there, even though it is not a major election year. We do a lot of wins and down ballots, but this is a great training opportunity, and those trainings do cost money. With that, I would really like to work on a very deep and comprehensive grassroots organizing training. And I'm looking for that in June 2021 in collaboration with Ms. Schultz and Mr. Pizzell. I also have other Libertarian operatives that I would like to approach should that budget get passed to be a part of that, and really, getting our expertise out to individuals and certifying them so that they can be more helpful towards campaigns across the country. I'm looking to do that in Kansas City, hopefully in June. Continue to fundraise for the Frontier Project. We have an ask out there right now for $50,000, and I suspect that we will be making a similar ask next week towards that. The Libertarian elected support system, we are looking towards being very supportive of that as well. And I do believe both the Frontier Project and LES will be able to have major donor support cover both of those operations. The big thing, which I know is on all of your minds, is the fact that we are approaching 50 years of freedom in the Libertarian Party and the efforts that we make. I have been in discussion with individuals on the ground. We initially were talking about this in October, but seeing as we would like to go back to the founding state of Colorado, it has been brought to my attention that weather isn't always as friendly in Colorado in October as it may be in, say, August. So we've kind of shifted our priorities towards there, and we're looking at a venue. I'm hoping to travel out there and view the venue sometime in January. I continue to rely heavily on my staff for support. I would say Becca Congdon continues to be a rock star and is able to basically execute anything that I put towards her. And, I have to check in with her, but she never turns anything, any major project we have down. And that is such a valuable asset. Her and Chris are very, very strong writers. And as the chair may have shared with you, there's some changes coming in where membership is coming under the development fold. So we just inherited Michelle McCutcheon from the membership team, and we're very excited to bring her into a team atmosphere where we're all supporting each other. Sometimes, membership being on the side, it was kind of its own operation, and it made it difficult to ask for help when help was necessary. So I have very good feelings about her, bringing her in on that team and helping to change the performance metrics that membership has been looking at in previous years and be more concrete about our substantial work that we do, and making sure that we're quantifying success where it can be gained. But the 50 years of freedom is going to be a major endeavor. I'm looking at it costing about $179,000 for the event. I apologize, I have a fire truck running down my street right now. we do think that we will
We can hear you. We can hear you over it. Go ahead, keep going.
Okay, it's really rattling my train of thought. I apologize. We do believe that we can make some significant asks in regards to this. I already have 2 asks out for $50,000 towards this, and we're putting together a very nice package for people who give at that level. There are individuals who have expressed great joy in even being asked to contribute at this level for this particular project. We have been working very hard to archive digital assets that we have. The secretary sent me over about 300 tapes that I've been working on having digitized with a private company. I recently brought Jim Turney into the fold of that because I recently found out that he has a long-standing history of video production within the party, and so he has joined on to that team that's going to be archiving that. And we're hoping to put together an exhibit to present at the 50th anniversary. The location where we're looking at right now has multiple rooms available to it, and so we're looking at utilizing those rooms and those spaces in different ways. So it's not just about the party, it's hopefully my thought is that we can make a museum exhibit that that members will enjoy participating in and coming towards. But this is all coming together, and a lot of this will start to really hit the ground in January for planning. So I want to just make you all aware of that. Our appeals did very, very well this year. I thought our appeals team, this was new for them. They had not really taken into account all the different pieces of appeals and what that entailed. Becca Congdon has been a great wrangler of all the materials, and I'd really like to make her more of an owner of the appeals that come out of the party, because I think she's a really strong libertarian writer, and I think that she's savvy enough to navigate it. Matt Thexton helped with mailhouse operations. Right now we are doing a major building fund ask, and he is printing and sending those out all in-house so that we can save some money there. We did lose a significant amount of money on a Gary Johnson list that we chose to run with. It was my call to try to bring in more contributions for Joe Jorgensen into the party, into the national party, and get her. That campaign did not do direct mail pieces, so they really appreciated the fact that National was able to get that done. So we sent a good portion out. We did get some $500 contributions that we can continue to keep in our pipeline, but overall it was not our most successful appeal. That being said, the appeals team did bring in a net revenue of $253,000 this year, and I'm very happy that these metrics are being calculated, because there was not a system in place before to measure those. And I think with that, there is the chair's holiday celebration that I would like to think about, but I think that I'm gonna give my brain a little bit of a break and start planning that as we push forward into less COVID restrictions, God willing. And then the last thing is the Association of Libertarian Educators, which was initially planned for April, but now we're looking at October 2021 just to make sure. So those are really the big initiatives that we're going to push forward on. We've got about $40,000 in pledges for the Association of Libertarian Educators, and potentially another $20,000 we'll hear about by the end of next week. I do request that we keep Blackbaud for 1 year longer, just because where we are at with the civvy right now doesn't give me the opportunity to analyze metrics and dollars the way that Blackbaud does. So I've talked about that with both the chair and the vice chair, and so it is my request that we do continue using Razor's Edge for at least 1 more year.
Thank you, Ms. DeSisto. Oh, sorry.
I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, questions. And I have Ms. Adams, Ms. Harless, Mr. Coburn. Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about my delay in unmuting. So when we're talking about the numbers brought in, how much of that was money previously committed to be raised and targeted towards specific projects, and how much of it is simply new revenue, unrestricted and undirected? I'm also slightly confused. I'm very confused about the crossover that I'm seeing here. A lot of this sounds like it's not in the development role, but instead in other roles. And I'm curious as to why you're the one that's bringing it up to us versus other directors, when really it's more in their lane. Things like training should really be a Kara Schultz issue. And unfortunately, we were unable to hear from Kara at this meeting. Instead, we're hearing about it from you. So I'm kind of confused about this kind of crossover versus having directed lanes and everybody kind of delegated to do their own things, so that we're facing kind of the divide and conquer. And I'd really love some clarification about that.
Absolutely. And
Before Ms. DeSisto replies, I just want to address this. Ms. Schultz not being on here was a mistake. As you can see, she's on the agenda. I intended to give her time. And I've already communicated that, if she does want to address this meeting, we will make time. So it's just a miscommunication that happened. There is no malicious intent that should be ascribed to anybody. And ultimately, it's my responsibility that she was given false information, that she didn't, need to be on this call. Second, on, we don't have an events staff at the LNC. And so Ms. DeSisto has stepped up in that regard with respect to development events, which most of our events are. As far as training goes, we did have, different ideas and plans for it. And in terms of what's in the budget, it is Ms. Schultz's recommended approach for training events. So, you may have heard previous ones before, but they were all vetted out and analyzed and evaluated. And so it's Ms. Schultz's that's in the budget, but I think it's absolutely the role of the development team to be going out and fundraising for stuff that we are doing.
I mean, I don't disagree that it's in their role if it's directed by the departments that are overseeing those things. I'm just confused about who's directing what, because we're not getting clarity in the reports.
All right, Ms. DeSisto.
Sure. I want to assure you that Ms. Schultz and I have been in significant amounts of communication, and there's no lack of synergy between what we're talking about. So, I'm happy to have a more direct conversation with yourself and Kara if you want to ease some of those concerns. But as far as the budget that I put together, and the goals that we're setting for development, they're based on conversations that I've had with the individuals that are running these programs. So I need, we fundraise towards all of the projects that we're working on. So I'm not telling Apollo what he needs to do with his project. I'm asking him what it's going to take to run his project. So then I can go out there and advocate for donors to participate at that level and be invested in that project, if that makes sense. I'm not trying to run less or run the Frontier Project or run trainings for that matter. As far as the trainings go, I see a hole in our major in our ability to produce operatives. And so I wanted to do something more impactful and bring in more people. And unfortunately, that takes more dollars than what Kara, who is working just to get her regional things accomplished. I wanted to make it a priority for fundraising that we raise funds towards building a bigger operations or operative crop, if you will, of individuals. Does that make sense, Ms. Adams?
Ms. Adams has stepped away from the computer. There appears to be some discrepancy between, I think maybe it might have just been phrasing and the way you originally put the report and what we're hearing now. But I would advise that right now we might want to continue this conversation either later or in executive session.
Well, if I could clarify it, it is, well, you know, I'll say this again, it is Ms. Schultz's proposal that is in the budget, not what Ms. DeSisto was just describing.
Yeah, the complaint being that that is not that was a specific example of what is concerned to be a more widespread issue. So once again, I don't think this is the appropriate venue for this conversation at this time.
All right, Ms. Harless.
Okay, to go back on the 50th year thing, just to FYI, I mean, a lot of people think like October, November, Colorado gets really cold and a lot of snow. We actually get our most snow in April, just so that you know, it's really kind of crazy the way it is. Though it starts getting really cold in December, like it's really cold now. I wouldn't, if the options open up for you, I would not rule out October. October is not a bad time in Colorado. Earlier is fine as well. I'm just letting you know, don't fear October in Colorado. It's rare that there's ever an issue. If you wanted to be in exactly the 50-year range, the founding convention was, I believe, June 16th, just so that you have that date. When you're here in January, Tara, I would love for you to come visit the storage facility with me, because I'd like to show you some of the assets that we have that you might want to use in exhibits. So, you know, rather than give details here, I'd rather just go there and show you what we have. I think that would be really helpful for you. And I would hope that we're preparing to bring down some of the items that were at headquarters now, such as the original SOP and some of those button displays and things like that. And as far as videos, I got to get with Ms. Bilyeu, but I believe she had some videos from Texas still to get to either you or me. So we'll need to get those to you. And this adds additional priority, Mr. Chair, on the copying issue you and I are dealing with, because that is definitely items we will want to display. And last thing for Ms. DeSisto, I think you're aware, but you might not be. If you need help with the videos, like I do a lot of video editing because I have some of my own, you know, I have my own studio and I do some of my own work. So if there's overflow and you need assistance, you can call on me for that.
I appreciate
that. That was it.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you. Mr. Coburn and then Mr. Phillips. Mr. Coburn.
Thank you. I have two questions. I guess we'll start with one that I think will be a little bit easier. I'm just trying to navigate your report and I'm trying to figure out in the actions by fundraiser, I don't see a key in what purple means or blue or yellow or green.
Yes.
Just describe that, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure. So let me get to that report so I have it in front of me. But one is email versus phone call versus meeting in person. So they're just different kinds of actions that an individual participates in. It's just how we log them.
Okay, got it. I didn't know if it was by type of communication or like activity or something like that. And then the second thing, so perhaps this is just a difference of opinion, but I would be curious your thoughts on it. I'm looking through your report and you mentioned the 50 Years of Freedom Fighting event, and I'm seeing that it's marketed at $300 a day. That doesn't seem very accessible to a lot of members in our party, and I want to make sure that that's an event that we're able to have anyone in the party participate in, because it's a celebration of the party, not just a celebration of our major donors. So I want to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. So these are just projected numbers of what it's I wanted to make sure that we could cover the cost of the event first and foremost, because I'm not interested in development taking the party into the red in any way, shape, or form. So baseline wanted to start, and that number is fungible. Nothing is set in stone with my projection. It just to basically cover costs. I wanted to make sure that we could do that. There's nothing is set in stone for that event, and I suspect that the chair will be very involved and other members of the LNC will be very involved in how that event comes together and being part of what that looks like ultimately towards our members. I don't suspect that I will be making the decisions for a majority of these things. I suspect that I will just be executing the, as the chair mentioned, the events logistics portion of that.
Okay, thank you.
Time on this item has expired. Is there a motion to extend time?
I would move to extend for 2 minutes.
Mr. Phillips, who is next, has moved to extend by 2 minutes. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mr. Coburn. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we're extended by 2 minutes. Mr. Phillips.
Tara, you've asked that we continue to fund the Black Dot Razor's Edge for another year while we continue to develop the Civi CRM. I don't necessarily object to that. I have a concern because it was my, was my information and my observation that Razor's Edge was not really suiting or serving our needs at the current level. And so my concern is that if it's not serving our needs, that we either A, need to cut it, or B, need to step up to the next level where it is serving our needs. I understand we're facing budget considerations and all that, but spending money that's not serving our needs seems to serve no real purpose. Whereas going one way or the other would seem to serve our purposes better. Do you have some thoughts on that?
My only thought on that is that Razor's Edge services our needs from a fundraising level about 85%, and what I see from the Civi right now is 55-60%. So just that, and that's just an assessment shotgun right now, but Razor's Edge is very important to what we do in the fundraising team, and so it would cripple us to lose that tool.
Right, which doesn't address the other side of my question is that if we're only seeing it, would there be enough bang in for the buck in us upgrading to the next level of, because I know there are multiple levels of the Razor's Edge project, software kind of thing. Would it be worth the bang for our buck to upgrade that for a year while we continue to get our ducks in a row for Civi CRM, or would it be would there not be enough return on investment for that upgrade?
The upgrade that I am requesting is another pull of Wealth Engine. Seeing as we brought so many new people in a presidential election cycle, I'd like to run that Wealth Engine on who we have new in the system, and that's another thing that I'm not sure that the Civi is capable of doing is really finding that outside data to compare wealth analysis. Blackbaud is the standard. I would say that Salesforce is also something that's very competitive out there in this market. And interestingly enough, I shared this with the chair and the executive director, Salesforce just bought Slack for $27 billion. So Slack is going to become more metric driven than it ever has before. And so I'm interested to see how, I'm watching technology. I don't see anything out there better than Razor's Edge right now, other than Salesforce, which I don't recommend that we just pivot. Especially, I think we focus on making the Civi what we need it to be, but using Razor's Edge while that is taking place. So I apologize for asking us to double dip on technology in the same year, but I think that overlap for that year is going to be so beneficial for us in that process. And I see Ken nodding. We've talked a lot about this. So,
well, yeah, and I don't object to the overlap so much as the, once again, best bang for the buck scenario. And so maybe I am misunderstanding. You're asking for the wealth engine investment instead of, like I said, once again, I was under the impression that with Razor's Edge, there's multiple levels of service you can get from them, and that we may not be at the top level of service. And so that's the direction of my question, is not whether we should switch away from Razor's Edge, but rather should we step up to the next level of service? Would that be the better bang for the buck?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
My shortcomings with Razor's Edge are lack of ability to segment our audience. Not all libertarians are tax policy people. Not all libertarians, you know, we want to identify their interests and speak to them at their interest level. And Razor's Edge doesn't really allow us to do that. Now, Ken and Andy have been working on a system, and we've now transferred over our donor forms to include those interests and capture those interests. So the civvy will be able to segment people a lot better. That is where Razor's Edge falls short. And I don't believe that purchasing a higher level package would give us that level of detail.
And just, you know, devil's advocate here for, I mean, that's a much more complete answer. Would Mr. Molman or Mr. Burns be willing to give their opinion on that?
They will. Mr. Burns has a report coming up in a moment.
Excellent.
But before that, I do want to just make the observation that I would not characterize this as overlap. These are two different projects that do two very different things. One of them tracks our fundraising program, and it, you know, keeps track of all of our notes and what our moves have to be and what everybody's doing in all of it, and provides a dashboard on all of that. And the other is our CRM, which, you know, has a lot of other objectives as well. And the directive that I've given to our very small team on CRM development is get the states that are in the queue onboarded, because right now we have 13 states that want to be on the CRM and they're not on board yet. And Mr. Burns is working very hard, and we've managed to get some states off the queue on that. But before we go and start inventing new products to compete with Salesforce and Blackbaud and all of that, I want to get that done with, and that will probably consume most of 2021.
Which is exactly why the reason for
he's got some other ideas as well, which I think are worth looking at. But you know, I'm trying to get us focused to sticking on our knitting, especially when there's stuff off the shelf that we can use rather than developing it on our own.
Right, which is why the direction of my question about whether their upgrade package from Razor's Edge would have been a good bang for the buck as opposed. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Time on this item has expired. And unless somebody wants to extend, we can move on. I've had a request from Mr. Redpath to hear from him at this time. He also has a time restraint. So if there's no objection, to move to the report of the Ballot Access Committee for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Second, without objection, Mr. Redpath. Okay, 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you. And I won't need that long, but there may be questions, and I'll entertain them, of course. I submitted a report on Friday morning to the committee. I apologize for it being, I'd like to get it out there sooner. I just want to give a couple of updates here. Richard Winger, I said Richard Winger pledged $40,000 for the Alabama petition drive. He has already sent $10,000 of that to Alabama. Just wanted to say that. I'll come back to Alabama in a moment. With respect to an independent petition drive in Ohio, which I mentioned the possibility of doing that, 5,000 net SIGs for the 2024 presidential ticket. We can't start on that until August. We have a one-year window to do that before the August 2024 deadline. I just wanted to give you an update on Alabama. Right now, we have down there someplace, I'm going to estimate ballpark about 2,500 signatures in hand and reported at this point. The current cash situation is right now $38,614 donated for this petition drive so far. Total amount of cash of the LPAL as of November 18 was $34,785. And so right now the petition drive is in good shape and is moving along. A second petitioner, Daryl Bonner, is down there. The Libertarian Party of Alabama has decided to hire a second petitioner, Lee Evans, to work in Alabama. We don't want to knock this out too fast. I mean, sometimes, as we all know, these petition drives can snowball, and we want to sort of take a measured pace here and not get, too far ahead. We definitely don't want SIGs to get ahead of money in the operation of this, but they're moving ahead. And as I said, they think 70,000 gross signatures with the validity rate that we experienced in 2020 down there would probably get the job done in Alabama. And that's, other than what's in my report, that's really about all I have, but I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Questions for Mr. Redpath? I have Ms. Adams, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Harlos, Mr. Wendt. Mr. Phillips just took his hand down, so Ms. Adams.
I believe hers was still up from the last time as well, sir.
Okay. All right. Mr. Wendt. Mr. Wendt, you're muted.
All right, I apologize about that. I have double mutes, so looking at your report, Mr. Redpath, I see that you have Scott Colas is funding for LPAL. Is that he's funding for Alabama?
Right.
Is that not? Okay. I was just wondering because he's actually was the one named as the chair of the Alaskan Independence Party in a report I got in my Google notifications. So I was just kind of curious as to what the affiliation was there, and was wondering if that was a.
That's news to me about Alaska. If that's true,
yeah. So the report that I found is that it was the question that I leveled to Mr. Hall about the Alaska Independence Party and them filing suit against Measure 2.
Yeah, Mr. Wendt, can you forward that alert to me? I want to take a look at that.
Will do. Yeah. That's all I had.
Other questions for Mr. Redpath? Mr. Phillips.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to thank Mr. Redpath for his efforts as our chair of the Ballot Access Committee of the last term. Some people, disagreed with his methods sometimes, but he always worked his butt off for us and really pulled everything together for us. And I wanted to thank him.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
And just to echo that, I said this to him privately, so I suppose I should say it publicly, is, I saw firsthand Bill saved the day, and, make sure that we were redeploying petitioners, make sure that we were getting stuff in on time, making sure that we were moving resources from one place to another almost on a daily basis during our ballot access drive. And we would not have gotten 50 state plus DC ballot access but for Bill Redpath. So thank you, Bill, for your ongoing, hopefully, work in this area for us.
Yes, I would like to do that. And thank you very much. Of course, it's a cast of hundreds, if not thousands, and a lot of people work very, very hard on that, including everybody on the Ballot Access Committee. So, but thank you for your comments. And I do have a question. How are we going to move forward in terms of populating the Ballot Access Committee at this point?
Well, why don't I talk to you offline on that? I've got Mr. Thrasher's ideas that I think you have seen, but I want to run them by you and offline.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Do you have any suggestions with your wisdom of years on this?
What I would say is that I think that what I put in the memo, in that I think that there should be, we should have a committee, and the committee should meet regularly. I do think responsibility for, there should be a one-person liaison who is going to oversee a petition drive in a given state, and I think work with a given state in terms of lobbying. I think that running petition drives by committee, I think you need to have a committee to have support, to bounce ideas, to ask people what should I do problems. But I think operationally, ballot access drives, you need to have a point person, I think, sort of overseeing it as opposed to running a given petition drive by committee. That's what I would say.
Thank you, Mr. Redpath. Mr. Coburn.
Yeah, thank you. I have a few questions, all of them regarding Alabama. I'm just looking through your report, and I noticed you say that we believe that a candidate could retain ballot access if we do this drive by getting 20% in a statewide election, because we believe that we would have a one-on-one race. Is that something that there's historical precedent of? Have other third parties done that?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And I think it's happened in the past. I believe last time around, it is my recollection, we were on a phone call the other night, the Ballot Access Committee, about the Democrats only ran for about half of the statewide offices. I think ballpark, they have maybe 20 statewide offices. They have a lot of statewide offices, and Democrats ran for about half of them last time around.
My question is more specifically, have there been third-party candidates that have gotten upwards of 20% in those races where Democrats haven't run in the past?
We've retained in the past in Alabama based on that. So there is precedent for that, and certainly there's precedent in Libertarian candidates getting better than 20% in two-way races many times.
Perfect. And then the second question is also Alabama. When did their petition drive start? And do you know if there's any effort to get volunteer signatures? It just seems like a vast majority of these signatures are from paid petitioners.
Yes, and anybody has any ideas? I mean, the volunteer signature effort down there needs to improve, and I'm not sure how to do that. I mean, I got on the phone call, LPAL Executive Committee phone call a couple of weeks ago, recently, and that's when I said, look, I strongly believe in individual responsibility for signatures. I think people ought to claim individual responsibility and either go gather that number or pay for that number. And I said, I'll claim individual responsibility for 500 SIGs. And I said, because I live in Northern Illinois, I'm probably going to pay for those SIGs, but if I live near Alabama, I'd go in and get them. The chair has accepted that. There was one other person on the executive committee out of about 8 who accepted that. Nobody else did. So, and I want to say his name is Anthony Peebles who did that, but I'm not 100% certain of his name, and I apologize to him if I messed up his name wrong. But we're going to try to get individual responsibility. I'm going to continue to try to get individual responsibility from members of the Libertarian Party of Alabama to pay for or gather a certain number of signatures.
Okay, thank you. And then just one last question. Is there an agreement with the state party for Mr. Colas to be fundraising for them, or is that something you're suggesting the national party do? I'm a little bit confused.
No, the state party, it's between Scott Kohlhaas and the LPAL.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Just to put a pin on the Alaska independence question, it's the use of, it's bad comma usage, Mr. Wendt, in that article. So it's describing the chairman of the Alaska Independence Party and then Scott Kohlhaas separately as a member of the Alaska Libertarian Party, and then this Republican lawyer. Mr. Perry of New Hampshire sent me the original Associated Press article that was a bit more clearly written.
Okay, thank you. I do apologize about that.
Yeah, so Mr. Kohlhaas has not joined the Alaska Independence Party. So. Mr. Redpath, did you have anything else?
I have nothing else.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thanks. Good luck to the LNC. Thanks.
Thanks,
Next
Bill.
item on the agenda is affiliate support report from Mr. Burns, 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, and everyone being here and for the opportunity. Guess I might as well piggyback on just the Razor's Edge. I'll touch on that just a little bit. Basically, training is key to any system where a nonprofit or organization needs to fully leverage it. So there's not been any training for national staff other than very small little cases that they've been using aspects of it, but not by no means a real training program. So there's that. And then obviously we haven't received any specifications from HQ on what they need or what is potentially missing. So obviously when you do these projects, you need clear specifications. Otherwise you end up wasting and spending lots of money on things that don't matter. So we want to do things that will be of most benefit to the fundraising team and to national as a whole. So that just has to happen. It's mainly just something has not happened, miscommunication, or it's mainly conjecture and not anything else. So just have to go through those steps of due diligence and discovery and get it done. That was actually all the plan when me and Ken did this and started this project in 2017. So now we're 3 years and a few months into the project. So, we're getting more to a mature status for sure. And it was always our plan to, not necessarily, we knew it's hard organizationally to ever change any major system. You always will get pushback just because it's a thing. And so our goal was to say, hey, we know that the states and local affiliates are not being served by Razor's Edge. Sending data dumps to affiliates we're not in the 90s, so let's not do that. Let's move to something more impactful for affiliates. And so we basically plugged that hole, and now we're getting, states, we're serving states well and counties well, and we continue always to improve everything on that front. But yeah, that was always the goal. So we've been proving ourselves from the ground up, taking it at the state level. And then national's actually been coming to us for different things on what they want from it. So we've been also fulfilling, obviously, national, obviously with the LNC convention, with automation. We're automating everything into the CRM, so there is no manual data entry that's necessary when you use Civi. Except for obviously there's always some small cases where you do, but in large part it's automated. So the non-contribution forms were cut over on July 7th. That was a great thing to do. And then we just cut over most of everything, but the thank you gift pages are cut over. So, and that'll be done on Monday is the plan there. So that's what we've been doing. And then so yeah, in 2021, that's always been the plan to use this, as John, you said, and Ken, and I think it's the pragmatic approach to have a transition period. You always need a transition period for smooth on-ramping and making sure everything's right. So that's what we've always wanted. So we have been, to be honest, we have been derailed and in the past by having some projects that did not fit within the scope of our original project plan. Ken, I mean, we can show it to you, but we had a project plan and it was kind of like, say, we were told not to focus on onboarding states. So obviously that's been rectified. Joe's very clear and we're all on the same page that we are moving forward 100%. It's always been our goal to get all the states on before national. So that's a thing. And that's why I've suggested hiring an affiliate success specialist, which is an IT director. And I can tell you right now, I have someone that he's already actually doing these things. But we can just supercharge that a great deal. And that could have been something we did last year, but we've not necessarily been funded properly, but we are also pretty frugal. I mean, Ken, he finds ways to cut money, cut the budget, find improvements, and take that money and put it to better use. So that's been what we're doing. In terms of state onboarding, that we've got 3 done. Florida, I'm actually in Florida. It's basically, I've done everything. We're just waiting on their membership file, but should be any day now. Arizona and Kansas were done in October. Brian Bombardier in Kansas, I really want to recognize him. A case where if you're super responsive and you get the stuff that we need, we will deliver. It's what happens. And Arizona is on board as well. So that's all good stuff. let me, I want to have time for questions. I think my report is not in OneNote, so I don't know if anyone's, it's at least the latest report is not there. So if that could be taken care of, that'd be great. Because I don't want to read my reports over, obviously, but I have covered up pretty comprehensively everything there. Let's see. So one of the other things that I've wanted to look at is, and that kind of when I was in Minnesota and started as the executive director there, you got to have the tools before you get people, engaged. Otherwise, you're kind of setting people up for failure on trying to actually make change. So one of these goals is really, and what everyone else is kind of, we're all seemingly to be going in the right direction, is membership is a start, not the end. Unfortunately, we've been treating it like the end. And so it's my goal to focus also on training heavily. CARE's proposal, I'm 100% behind it. And really focusing on escalating people's involvement, because if you're a member just paying $25 or whatever level, you're just a donor. We need to make members actual members, which means their involvement is, they have a bigger stake in the party. And so that's, I don't know, that's why you have a CRM. That's a big thing, to have a better relationship with our members and know about them, and have better information on what drives them, what issues they care about. We can all do this. It's all possible to have just better understanding of what motivates people generally. So we've done some performance improvements that's been going on. It's always a thing, but we did a last little sprint here in the last week or two. As soon as I think 2 days ago, we did a Cloudflare move for speed on the front end. So that is progressing, and then there are some things that would require there's additional things we can do, but obviously that requires more funding as we scale this to 50 states. Big shout out to TJ and Ken and Dan for the work they've done with their Project One Ring and the L2 data append. This is awesome. This is exactly what we should be doing in terms of getting very critical information about our core constituency of registered libertarians, and expanding to independents in good demographic ranges. So I'm totally going to continue to, my goal is to be able to accept that data and work with TJ and everyone else and state IT directors to make that possible. And yeah, it's something as we've covered before. We've bought Aristotle data in the past, and we didn't use it properly. I tried to leverage it, obviously, somewhat, but we kind of got the cart ahead of the horse in that time period. Super excited if we can do the affiliate success specialist, something that, it's like now we need it. We could have done it probably a year ago, but now it's like, yes, this is something that has to be done as we scale to 50 states. You got to make sure training. It's a thing we've been talking about on this call for campaigns. You got to have people that know what's going on, and so someone can replace me someday. Hopefully, that's the idea of build the bench. Other than that, I think I'm almost done here. My main ask is just to properly fund the CRM. The more that we're given, the more we can do. There are cases where I'm kind of like hamstrung and I don't have, sometimes it's a small thing. Like with Robert's reports, we spent $500 and got his reporting needs done. So, and that's a great thing. So I don't think the development, any major development or the low cost enhancements, I usually break it down that way. So like when Robert needs something fixed for reporting, we did that, or these are all enhancements usually, but they're pretty small, but important, and range from $250 to $1,000, and you just get it done. It's very clear. There's no ambiguity. There's no cost overruns hardly. It's just you just do it. And then there's obviously the major developments that we've done. A major development that we did, which we've really done one. It's basically scaling this out to counties and regional affiliates, so the whole party could use the CRM if you're a county volunteer or a national fundraiser. It's permissioned properly, and just make a clarification that the CRM is an open source, number one, nonprofit open source tool because it is not something that we are having the burden to maintain. It's the community, it's partners, it is the core project. Our customizations are, are usually put back into the community. So it's not something where we're going down a road just by ourselves. That's the goal. That's why we're doing it this way, and doing it the right way. So just want to make that clear. With that, any questions you have?
So you have exhausted your time.
Perfect.
We have quite a few questions, quite a few hands up. So if there is no objection, I'd like to extend time on this by 10 minutes. Without objection. I'll take the privilege of the first one. You did mention, and just now, you mentioned everything just now, but one of the things you did mention was the additional headcount that you'd like to have under you, which is included in the budget request. Could you talk a little bit more specifically about what you're anticipating this person will enable, what this person will be doing and what that would enable us to do?
For sure. Yep. And make sure that it's in my report. I wrote a pretty solid job description. Generally, number one is onboarding, because can't help the states if they're not on. And though obviously the existing states support is important. Number one is getting all the states that want to be on. Ken and I have taken the approach now is whoever's ready, we're going to get you going. Mississippi is one of the things, one of the states where, I said, fill out this form. We'll get started. I said, I can do it in 4 hours probably, because like Mississippi, here's the problem. Mississippi is a bad example of why it's a good example of why we're doing this project. They have no state data. Don't ask me why they don't have state data, but they don't. So, and their website's been down since April. So the migration, the good thing is the migration will be quite simple for me. The bad news is bad things have happened in the past. And so anyway, the affiliate success specialist will focus on getting the states on, training them properly. And really it's training the state admin IT director, and then they take it from there. We are always available, but we want to push the locus of control to the state leaders, the county leaders. If they can do it, let them do it. I don't want to get this hierarchical bottlenecks happening. So that is the focus, and just being the level 1 support so that I don't have to do it, and I can focus on other things, coming up with new ideas and like the engagement ladder, and focusing on working with the fundraising team and the membership and Michelle on, I call it Project Mended Basket, taking from Pat Dixon's book, Leading Like a Libertarian. Like, let's not, all these good apples, they're so motivated. I see them all the time. I feel bad because I see like contributions coming in, I see their notes, and I know that we're not converting these people probably that well. So I really want to patch that, get those new members. The member welcome hangout is a good starting point. It's a good thing. We just need to build more support to funnel people there, funnel people into a support system. So they meet other libertarians and they say, this is a good group. Kara Schultz, one of her big, a golden nugget is introduce someone to 3 other libertarians. And so long as they like those 3 other libertarians, which they probably will, they're probably going to stick around. And that's how you get member retention rather than just a donor, a one-time donor. So that's at least one component of the puzzle. Anyway, I think that's generally it. I already have a candidate in place. It's just my recommendation. Obviously, we can go through a formal process, of course. But I think hopefully that answers. I was trying not to be long-winded, but I think I just was.
There's 5 minutes remaining for people who've had their hands up, so we'll go through them as quickly as we can. Mr. Phillips, then Mr. Molman. Mr. Phillips.
Andy, thanks for all your hard work. Real quick, Tara is asking for us to extend Razor's Edge for another year. Do you think that that's the right answer? And do you think that will give you enough time to get Civi CRM where they need it to be so that we can transition out of Razor's Edge?
Yeah, totally. Transition 1 year is enough. I would focus. Our focus is we're gonna not even. We'll think about it. Basically, what it would be great for in the first quarter. But let's say first half, definitely, we get all the specs from National on what they're wanting. I'll have them do, a lot of the this is what I'm currently using. This is the main things that I need and what I'm doing. And during that time, we focus heavily on onboarding states and just focus on that. And by the time we're getting close to getting all the states on, which 45 states, I always say 45 to 50 states. I mean, we're going to really close the gap. States are just talking to me all the time. And the reason why we don't have more is it's just a funding, personnel, time commitment, just resources issue. The states want to be on. I mean, generally, there are maybe like 3 that say they don't right now. So other than that, it's just, yep. I think, yeah, 1 year is totally fine. And then we can focus on the second half of the year on actually implementing what is necessary. It's a needs assessment that just has to be done, and then we'll be fine.
Excellent. Thank you for the answer. Thank you for all your hard work. And I've been a big fan and have been pushing it pretty hard. So
appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Molman.
Yeah, I just wanted to note a couple of clarifications on Andy's report. While the project is 3 years old, we've really only been running for about 18 months. We've already gone over the funding issues or the money problems at the beginning of, or at the end of 2018. So by the time everything got funded and up and running, it's really only been 18 months. And I think that we've done a pretty good job of that. Something I wanted to emphasize.
November was the cutover of the actual, that was the end of the phase 1 of the dashboard.
Right.
Simplified county access. Yep.
Right. So, okay. So it's been just over a year. Yeah. So, one thing I want to emphasize is that synergy between the states and national and the transfer of data previously with spreadsheets flying through email and whatnot. Not only is that inefficient, but it also provides security risk. We're transferring personally identifiable information via email, or we were, and that needed to stop. And I believe that we've taken appropriate steps to protect that data, and I'm happy about that. I want to speak strongly in favor of adding the additional support staff. I know the EC has talked about this. Andy, Joe just talked about it as well. The main issue, the main hold up in getting more states on at this point is that Andy is maintaining the system for 25, 26, whatever we're at states now. And we need somebody to give that tender love and care of, here, we will help you walk through the process, and that will definitely speed things up. From Razor's Edge, I have talked to Tara specifically, as she noted. I believe we actually have a module out there that's already available that will do what she's looking. It's something we haven't implemented and something we would definitely want to test, make sure that it meets the requirements, and make sure it works for us as an organization. But the overall goal, again, it increases our fundraising opportunities, our engagement opportunities. So, we're going to have, I believe, a motion later today regarding this. But I want to encourage the LNC to consider that we can merge a bunch of this together and operationally increase our efficiency overall. I think we've been heading down that path. I think we can continue down that path. And in the end, it benefits both the states and the national party to have everything synergized and made more efficient. That, what is it they say? A rising tide lifts all boats. And I believe that is where we're heading, is the rising tide. And as I alluded to in my report earlier, we have lots of new engaged people. And we need to hook them in, get them involved, grow the party everywhere. National, states, counties, just grow. So, Andy, thank you again for all your time as usual. You and I talk every day. So, thank you.
Andy, did you want to say anything further?
Oh, something popped in my head. A lot of it is just a configuration of, we need to just configure that. It's not like, a lot of things are probably in that realm of implementation, rather than, we need to go develop something. Not that developing things are bad. I mean, usually that's cool, but there are many, other nonprofits, they've been down this road before. So usually that is the case, and that's always where you start. It's probably TJ all knows about on how you do discovery and gap analysis.
Mr. Molman referenced a motion. That will be forthcoming. I'm not quite sure what that is referencing, but I will just say, messing with our fundraising database in favor of something we haven't built yet is a big danger.
Mr. Chair, if I may, real quick on that,
Sure.
I will just note that I also favor a phased-in approach, that we would definitely not leave our development department in the lurch on a hope and a promise that we would have something that would actually work before we propose any sort of actual cutover.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I mean, as I mentioned already, my focus that is reflected in the budget is that we clear the queue and that we improve our customer service on the CRM. We solve some of the issues that people have reported on it. I think we're making good progress on that. I think we need to do that for a little bit before we go on to the next thing. And honestly, if you've not yet read Mr. Burns's report on the LP Hero stuff, that is amazing stuff. And I really recommend reading that closely because it's some good stuff there.
I was pretty excited that morning when I kind of had that idea. So thank you. It feels like there's a lot there that can be unpacked. So
yeah.
Someone
and
else.
just, I mean, just so you know, my background on this is, I've supervised IT people before in organizations, and I mean, there obviously is a mindset of we can do this better, we can build this ourselves. It's quote unquote free if we do it ourselves. Sometimes it works out, but usually it does not. But as I said, we're fully committed to continuing our investment in the CRM, and what Mr. Burns has requested in that regard is in the budget.
Yeah, nothing is free. That is the fundamental mistake of people in open source software. They think it's just, oh, let's use that. It's the first downfall. So
yeah,
totally.
Time has expired on this item yet again. I think Mr. Pizzell has his hand up if anybody wants to extend time.
No, that was a mistake.
Mr. Pizzell is waving his hand now.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, I'm sorry, I muted myself. Thank you, Mr. Burns. Next item on the agenda is regional reports, because we already did the council's report. And starting with Region 1, Mr. Wendt and/or Mr. Lucchini, who I don't think is here, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did submit a report as best I can. Region 1 is a bear, so it sometimes is difficult to get a lot of information in. The Utah Chair, Barry Short, did provide a supplement to what is going on there after I had published. The main point there, and this is noted in the reports, is that Joseph Specials, I'm massacring that. Speciality. His race for the state treasurer was a new record, and it definitely is one of the notable races coming out of Utah. So Utah is doing some good growth, so I encourage you to look at that. Other items that are not reflected in my report, the Alaska thing has been dispensed with, so we don't need to worry about that. Kansas wanted to note that they actually have 20,353 registered libertarians, as opposed to the 18,000 that's being reflected on the membership reports, which puts them at above 1% of the electorate. So I was definitely contacted after I published my report to make that correction. I'm not sure if we have when we pull those numbers and when we're going to get them put into the membership report, but there is requests for that. The requests come in the form of the Jorgensen data dump, was a very common theme. Washington has requested that it be incorporated into the CRM. I don't know where the NDAs or where the data sharing portion of that is, but as I noted on my Washington side of things, that data does decay over time. So the longer time we have to take action on it, it will be far less useful. Other than that, I think that I am open to questions.
Questions for Mr. Wendt or comments? Ms. Adams.
Just props to you, Mr. Wendt, for taking on the insurmountable task that is Region 1 and working so diligently to represent and represent fully such a large and all-encompassing region. So just props to you.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Plus, I need his support later.
Mr. Wendt, did you have anything further?
I do not have anything further at this time. Everything is, I think the big focus for Region 1 is to build counties and to build county affiliates. I've put target goals on there. I put number of candidate goals on there that I'm working with the state chairs to try and actualize these. The pipeline programs that I referenced earlier, I'm going to basically be working with those individual affiliates to get them rolling so that Apollo's not doing the bulk of the work and trying to get the electoral success. So that's what's going on in Region 1. If you need any other information, please get with me offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wendt. Region 2, Mr. Nikela and or Mr. Sexton, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in Region 2, I'll go ahead and start with Tennessee. In Tennessee, we elected Tricia Butler as Clarksville City Councilor. That was a highly contested race, a great race. I believe it was a 5 or 6 way, if I'm not mistaken. So we do have a new Clarksville City Councilor and a hard-fought win. If I'm not mistaken, there's many other, a few other Tennessee elections that were also won. I don't have the exact data on that at the moment. But their convention is set for February 2020, and they do have a new bill in development for ballot access reform in Tennessee. As for Georgia, the Georgia State Party caused 2 runoffs, 3 if you count the special election, which has received both love and hate, and mostly from GOP officials. Shane Hazel's been receiving a lot of attention from Republicans and actually had Rand Paul on his show recently, and he was going to get another congressman on his show, decided to back out last second. So Shane's been causing a bit of a splash, and so is the Georgia LP. And good news is that Georgia LP is also in the black for fundraising for the lawsuit. So they've actually raised more than enough funds to cover the lawsuit and some, which is fantastic. This is regarding ballot access. They have very archaic ballot access laws in Georgia. Not a single person since it was enacted many, many decades ago has been able to actually meet the threshold to be eligible for partisan Senate races and things like that. So we're working to overturn that there. And LP Georgia is also working with a group called Better Ballot Georgia to push for ranked choice voting. And in Florida, we made a push to work with the Green Party, since we're on the topic it was a joint initiative against Amendment 3, which was for top 2, which luckily failed by several percentage points. In Florida, you need a minimum threshold of 60% to pass an amendment. I think it got about 57%, so it did fail. And then we are now working with Rock the Vote to work with a local Floridian ranked choice voting group to hopefully get a referendum or legislation or both on the ballot in either 22 or 24. So we're working on ranked choice voting there. And we recently onboarded the national email. So thank you guys for that. And we're going to also get on the website soon with Andy, who's also a new native Floridian, and we have him in our ranks. Our biggest push is going to be for 21-22 nonpartisan municipal elections. So a little bit of what Apollo talked about earlier. We are focusing almost entirely on the nonpartisan elections, which is pretty much all of your municipal elections minus state house, governor, and state attorney. So the state offices are all partisan. Local is primarily all nonpartisan. So that's where we're going to be moving in most of our effort. We've got dozens and dozens and dozens of interested candidates. Just since election, we've had a lot of folks coming over, signing up to run. So we want to make a big push for the next 2 years. I also released the vision deck for 2021. If anybody's interested, it's our business plan for the next year. And we will be doing in-person meetings to coincide with candidates trainings around the state. And that pretty much concludes my report. Is there any questions?
Questions or comments? Not seeing any. Anything further?
No, that should do it. Thank you all for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Nikela. Region 3, Mr. Nana and or Mr. Hall, 10 minutes.
All right, I had to mute myself there. So I sent a report a few days back. We started at the beginning of the presidential campaign with all 4 states having ballot access. Unfortunately, Ohio and Kentucky did not meet the threshold. Specifically in Ohio, the strategy is kind of shifting towards electoral reform, changing the law so that we don't have to spend so much money to get on the ballot to begin with. So that's what's going on in Ohio specifically. Obviously, everybody knows that in Indiana, Donald Rainwater ran for governor and did very well in the general. And then I believe he has also said that he is going to run again next time. So that's very good news. I did not receive anything specific to report from Michigan, but they did the ballot access was not on the line in that state this year. So I mean they're still chugging along up there. I haven't heard from Greg in a little while. And then in terms of Kentucky, we talked about that they had lost ballot access, but they also have a very strong grassroots movement right now. So I'm not too worried about the future in Kentucky. I think that they've probably gained volunteers since the beginning of the year, if anything. So other than that, everything's fairly standard.
Questions or comments?
I have one comment. I just want to say that Travis Irvine was one of our canvassers out in Wyoming, and he did an amazing job. He was your gubernatorial candidate in Ohio, and I just wanted to let you know that he was fantastic, and I really appreciated having him.
Yeah, that reminds me. He's also spearheading the effort. Well, not spearheading, but helping spearhead the effort to repeal HB 6 here. He's distributing signs, and he's got like the legislators wearing face masks that say repeal HB 6. So that's also very good news. For those of you that don't know, HB 6 here in Ohio was the bill that our General Assembly passed that eventually led to the Speaker being charged by the Federal Bureau of Investigation with money laundering and a whole list of other things, and other people with him. So, essentially it was just a way for them to enrich themselves and their friends. And what we seek and what most sane people are seeking right now is just a clean repeal of the bill. Just get rid of it. Obviously it's tainted, so it shouldn't be there at all. But that's it.
Other questions or comments? Do you have anything more, Mr. Nana?
That's it for me, unless Mr. Hall has something to add.
Mr. Hall? Jared Hall this time? Nope. Okay. Thank you. Region 4, Mr. Hewitt and or Mr. Ferreira, 10 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Hewitt has asked for me to go first, and then he'll clean up at the end there, hitting all the stuff that I'm sure I'll forget to say. To start off with, we had a great election cycle this year, elected a lot of new libertarians here in California and ran even more than that, as well as a great list of people who are already elected libertarians, either retained their seats or their term wasn't up in 2020. Of note, Wendy Hewitt, wife of Jeff Hewitt, is now on the City Council of Cali Mesa. I think, I'll need someone else to correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think that's the first husband-wife elected libertarians in the history of the party, but I don't know. We'll see if someone corrects me there. But Kate O'Brien continued on in the Park District. Kalish Morrow is now a Hanford City Council member. And because of Kalish, another member of that council, I think it's the vice mayor, if I remember correctly, is coming over to the Libertarian Party.
Bob Carwin is now part of the city council in Menifee, which is in Jeff's area there in Riverside County. Brian Holtz continued on the water district, and Jonathan Hall continued on his water district. So a lot of great wins across the state. People are really responding to the libertarian message. That brings me on to the second page in the report, which was the propositions that are statewide. There's a bunch of stats here, and really what I was looking at was where the statewide propositions agreed with the libertarian message and where they disagreed. And it's generally in the areas where we see people with a large percentage agreement, where the propositions really passed with a large majority of margin, is where they agree with the Libertarian Party. So while a lot of people see the state of California as a Democratic state and very blue, we find that issue by issue, they actually line up with the Libertarian Party well, and there's some areas for us to reach out to other organizations and form partnerships going forward. And so it's some great news there. And then as well, just wanted to note that while we've had lots of lockdown orders come from our governor, a number of county sheriffs have said, and even city councils have said that they're not going to enforce those rules, that they are going by their own standards, which are in many cases much less draconian. And so it's nice to see a little bit of 10th Amendment type action going on there of people recognizing that there's not this top-down authority all across the nation. Last but not least, put some trivia on the bottom just because I had a little bit of extra space and wanted to give you guys something fun to read. So there's some California trivia in there. Mr. Hewitt, if you have anything, and then I'll take questions after that.
Yeah, thank you, TJ. And what a nice professional report. I'm sure everybody knew that didn't come from me. So first of all, I would suggest everyone take and try to convince their spouse to run for office because they will always get more votes than you. Wendy ran against 3 incumbents, and if she wouldn't have run, they all would have been reappointed without an election. But she did, and she ended up getting the most votes of all 4 of them, and they bumped off the one bottom guy. But yeah, it's certified just yesterday, and she won by 12 votes over the one gal that had gotten the most votes several times. So, you know, she's happy. She's ready to get on there. Bob Carwin's a big win. He did it the way I did it. He was on a planning commission, became the chairman of the planning commission, and then won fairly handily and ran very well. He's a longtime libertarian. That city is 100,000 people, so he's one of 4 districts, and then they have a mayor that's at large. So he's representing about 25,000 people. So that's a big, big win. And a special mention to Kalish Morrow. Not only did she work so hard and really have a real resounding victory with, I think, 2 or 3 others running against her, but she also, as he pointed out, developed a really good relationship with the incumbent vice mayor, and he has now changed to the Libertarian. So they're one shy of a majority. So there's some great things that can happen in Hanford, a city of about 60,000 people. But just to give you what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, I'll be up in Sacramento. I'll be on partly this. There'll be some parts that I miss out for tomorrow's, but we're getting together with other supervisors like Sue Frost of Sacramento County, who's been a longtime friend of the Libertarian Party up there. And she and I are putting together a big conference that will have medical experts, law enforcement experts, constitutional experts, and economists. And we've already got at least 25 county supervisors that have said they want to come and learn this so they can go about this pandemic with all the whole story on both sides of the equation. And we've got some great speakers already lined up with, if you saw Tom McClintock's speech against the governor on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, he will be a featured speaker. Assemblyman Kevin Kiley, who successfully sued the governor, and there'll be lots more, a lot of good epidemiologists. So we're looking forward to that, and it'll have an accompanying protest at the Capitol. But I'm real happy with what the one sad note is 2-term Palm Desert Libertarian, longtime Libertarian, the city councilwoman, Susan Marie Weber. They went to a districting and she was totally gerrymandered out, put in a district that nobody knew her, ran a Hispanic candidate against her. And she unfortunately lost for her third term. So that was our one sad note, but Riverside County and the rest of California, we're ready to, we're throwing the gauntlet down with Apollo and seeing what we can do, because that goes to success for the whole party. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Supervisor Hewitt or Mr. Ferrara? Mr. Phillips.
Jeff, I just need to know how you got Mr. Ferrer to write the report for you so that I can emulate you in the future.
I'm not real proud of that, so we'll just leave it at that, okay?
All right, thank you both. Region 5, Ms. Hogarth and or Mr. Valente.
Well, I'll start. I don't know if David has anything to add. David and I submitted a written report, and I just want to pull out one highlight. The Maryland LP is working on a bill for the next GA session with the Greens and other groups. So it's a multi-partisan, multi-group effort to permanently allow electronic signatures for petitioning. And I think that's a really exciting thing. Don't ask me for details, please, because I don't have any. Bob said he would fill me in more when they get more further along in the process. But I'm excited to see how that comes out. I'd like to see that spread to other states. Everything else that we have is in the written report. I'm happy to entertain questions.
Any questions? Without objection, Mr. Pizzell. Mr. Pizzell.
All right, I just wanted to let you know that Ryan McCord out of Maryland was one of our canvassers, and he applied, and I will connect him with you guys, but he did a fantastic job as well, and I would definitely utilize him in your region. So thank you guys for lending him to us.
Oh, thanks. I always like to have, thanks goodness North Carolina has passed the point of having to petition, but I'm guessing Virginia. And so, yeah, thank you. And also, Apollo, I do want to talk to you as well. I wanted to check in just because we've been talking about sort of a regional frontier project or state. So I'd like to get some ideas on criteria, that kind of thing. But you talked about that earlier.
Happy to do it.
Yep. Thanks.
Ms. Harlos, your message in the chat is that you wanting to be recognized for a question?
No, that was a joke. She said don't ask her about details on the electronic signatures, so I was going to be a wise ass and ask her for details on the electronic signatures.
I was trying to head that off. You can hear my dog complaining in the background. I don't know what his problem is, but yeah.
Anything else? All right. Thank you. Region 6, Mr. Phillips and or Mr. Buffman. 10 minutes.
Okay, well, I submitted my report late as usual. This time I have to accept the whole blame. I did not send my request out to my state chairs until right before Thanksgiving. And of course, they were still not only in the midst of election aftermath, but getting ready for holidays. So I got limited replies. Once again, that's my fault, not theirs. Some things that are not in it that I would like to touch base on that I forgot to put in it was that South Dakota had some success in their marijuana legislation initiative and won there, and also had several races in which their candidates placed high enough to guarantee their ballot access. So they, including our very own Gideon Oaks. Iowa had some results of note where they also had several people placed very high and are all planning on running again for different offices. So that was a very good thing. Other than that, I'm just, don't ask me too many questions because I don't have too many answers.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Phillips. Region 7, Ms. Bilyeu and or Ms. Adams, 10 minutes.
I don't have anything to add to my report other than I did get some feedback from the Arkansas chairman, Dr. Michael Pacco. He is excited to hear that Arkansas is going to get some ballot access support from the LNC, and also asks for a seat at the table with regard to the ballot access summit.
Understood. Thank you. Anything, questions? Seeing none, thank you. Region 8, Mr. Coburn and/or Mr. Bowen, 10 minutes.
Thank you. Similarly, I'm pretty much standing on my report here. I would like to highlight from the report in particular, and I spoke with them about this earlier, that the Libertarian Party of Maine is actively seeking suggestions from anyone in the National Party, any background, for their registration drive, because they are looking for creative ways to be able to do that during COVID. So if you have any suggestions, feel free to email me or call me, and I can link you with the Maine State Party. Beyond that, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Coburn. Alrighty, 402, committee reports. Report of standing committees, starting with advertising and publications review. Ms. Bilyeu, 10 minutes.
Yeah, since per our policy, the APRC communications are confidential, the only thing that I have to report is that we reviewed some advertising and publications, and some advertising and publications were published.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Bilyeu. Affiliate Support Committee, Ms. Sarwark, 10 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I stand by my report, but I do want to touch on two things. We are going to be launching into a contest to create the affiliate in the box, and we are going to incentivize the affiliates to create the best box for a specific cost within our guidelines. And then we hope to then launch that into a incentive for new affiliates to form, and hopefully we will be able to get sponsor basically 50 brand new affiliates with this contest and program. Our fundraising goal for that is $15,000, and I'm confident in our committee that that can be done. The second thing I wanted to talk about was I called all state chairs, several vice chairs, several executive directors, and then a few random people that wanted to talk to me because the affiliates for it. And I hate to say this, but the big thing that everybody wants is CRM upgrades. And I know it's not glamorous or sexy, but that's what they want. And it's me. I'm the one who's going to make a motion, but it's for the budget. So if you would rather me do it when we start talking about the budget, I can wait.
It's your prerogative, although I think we have to wait for the budget to be presented before we can amend it.
Okay, all right, then I will wait, and I will email the language to Ms. Harless and yourself.
All right, thank you. Questions? Mr. Phillips.
Not a question, just a compliment. I was unable to serve on this committee this term, but they have all stepped up and are going gangbusters. And I've touched base with Ms. Sarwark a few times, or she's touched base with me on some stuff, and everything I hear is very complimentary, and I want to tell them that they're doing a good job.
Thank you, John. Mr. Phillips.
I have Mr. Molman and Ms. Harlos. Mr. Molman.
There we go. I just want to say, if any of the affiliates out there have any questions or concerns, I know Ms. Sarwark is very open to hearing them. I'm open to hearing them. I think any member of our committee is open to hearing them. And I'm very happy with the direction and the cooperation on the committee, and looking forward to seeing what awesome things we're able to accomplish.
Thank you. Ms. Harless.
Just a reminder, when you get to the final phases of your affiliate and a boxing where you're putting together stuff, to get with me, because I do have some historical organizing manuals that you might be able to glean some things from. You know, it's obviously old school, doesn't deal with electronic stuff, but there's still some really good advice in them.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Without objection, Ms. DeSisto. Ms. DeSisto.
Yes, I just wanted to let Ms. Sarek know that in our organizational restructure, membership is going to be working a lot closer with affiliate support, meaning Andy, and I have instructed Michelle to also reach out to you. And I know that Becca's reached out to you regarding appeals to help with your fundraising goals. But I just wanted you to know that membership is going to take a good focus on affiliate support as well, not just from the electronic standpoint, but the actual membership experience.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Mr. Wendt.
Yes, sitting on the committee, I just wanted to reiterate to the LNC one of the things that I brought up in the committee meeting, that our affiliates are our cornerstone. If we don't have strong affiliates, we experienced this twice in Montana. When the Jorgensen campaign rolled through, it was a scramble because we didn't have those organizations in place. So we just had to get on the phone and call a bunch of people and throw it together in a week. So I think the more we invest into our affiliates, the better the payoff and the more payout we're going to get with our high level campaigns that come to visit.
Thank you. Ms. Sarwark, anything further?
Mr. Ferreira, cut a hole in the box and put an affiliate in the box. That's if you guys didn't see that in the chat, go do that. No, that's it. I will give back time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Audit Committee. Mr. Bowen, I believe you are the sole member of the Audit Committee. I don't know whether you have anything you want to say on that. We are getting applications for it right now.
Yeah,
so if you know of anybody who wants to be on the Audit Committee, please let them know to apply. Mr. Bowen, 10 minutes.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes. Yeah, we're not in audit season, so there was no written report issued. Just wanted to shout out, you had already mentioned that we will need 2 non-LNC members to join the committee. It is a committee of 3 people, but I did want to shout out our former members, Ms. Adams, who was on, and also some of you may not know that Julie Fox, who was our chairwoman and did an excellent job the last few years, has decided not to return to the committee. So other than that, I yield my time back.
Are there any questions? Mr. Phillips.
Rich, do you want me to twist Julie's arm a little bit?
I'd be more than happy to have you do that. She was an excellent member and an excellent chairwoman.
I'll see what I could do. She is awesome. She does a good job at everything.
She does, and yeah, she did a fantastic job, no doubt about it.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. We did ballot access already. Employment policy and compensation, Mr. Longstreth, 10 minutes.
Yes, so our committee has been meeting on a weekly basis, and we intend to continue to do that. We have been meeting and primarily focusing on the strategic organizational plan that was put out publicly by Joe when he first took office. And so we've been looking at job descriptions and that sort of thing. Right now, we are focused on, depending on what happens during this LNC meeting and what happens with the budget, we will be focusing on nailing down the job descriptions for a communications director and an activism director or membership director, a name to be determined for that role, and helping with that hiring process and leaning into that. So that is where we are at right now. And yeah, open up to questions.
Questions? Mr. Bowen, is that from before or you have a question? I guess that's from before.
Sorry, that was from before. I'm sorry.
No problem. Ms. Harless.
Oh, good. I'm not muted. Just a question, Mr. Longstreth, and I'm not trying to get on your case, please. I'm just curious as to why there wasn't a written report when it seemed like there was a whole lot that went on that would be of interest. And then just in general, I would draw everyone's attention. I stuck it in one note as to the reporting requirements for standing committees. that one of the importance of written reports is that it needs to give attendance reports. If there was meetings, you're supposed to have in a report how many, who attended, who didn't attend, so that the LNC can kind of know if somebody's like not showing up to things. But I was just curious about that, because I'm really interested in all the work you guys had done. Will there be a written report after this meeting, or is it just something that's waiting for the future?
We are operating on a slightly informal level. You will see the product of our reports by job descriptions and that sort of thing. If the chair would like a more formalized report, I can do that. But really, the reason why there was no report this time is we were meeting, and we can't get into discussions specifically on performance or that sort of thing. And so there's a certain level of confidentiality that needs to be had on the committee, especially when it comes to staff and that sort of thing. And so that is the reason why we don't get, I've not been doing a report heavily, because some of that stuff really shouldn't be in a written report that's put out there. So some of it absolutely could be, but it's very generalized. But most of it, when we're reflecting on a staff member's performance or something like that, that's not appropriate to be in a report. And certainly comes into play in our discussions as we are crafting job descriptions and that sort of thing.
Thank you. Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, sir. Richard, I have two questions kind of related. The first is, as you're talking about job descriptions, does that include current staff so that we can be a little more clear about whose responsibility is who?
Yeah, absolutely. So without getting into too much detail, we do want to see performance metrics developed. It's something that I've been pushing for a long time. And part of a recognized step in that is that we need to have somewhat of a job description to know what those people are responsible for, to later then develop those metrics. So that is something that we are looking at, and that is where we're going with it.
And that actually answers my second question as well, which was how is the work on performance metrics coming? Because I know that that was something that had been discussed before. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would give the committee an update as far as any performance reviews in relation to our budget. Those unfortunately are not available for another year, but I am very convinced that we will have them for us in the near future, and that they will be something that we can use for our budget meeting in future years. But it is simply not. The time crunch wasn't there to enact something or push something forward at this time, especially with convention being as late as it was.
Thank you. Anything further? Thank you, Mr. Longstreth. Historical preservation, Ms. Harlos, 10 minutes.
Okay, I did a detailed report, but I do have some things to just pull out of there that have been issues of interest or concern. I created several tutorial videos and like a little cheat sheet for when members sign up. I suppose being in the geek world myself, I kind of assumed everyone knew how to edit Wikipedia and loved that kind of stuff, but it turns out that it's really foreign to a lot of people. So we've created some tools to make it easier for beginners. I once again, I'm at the last time I encouraged, I think I'm now at the point of begging the regionals to encourage or beg, as it may be, their state chairs to update their state pages, because it reflects poorly on their affiliate when it shows the state chair from 10 years ago. And I would even go so far as to say I would encourage the regionals maybe to take that as a project upon themselves, to at least get it basically updated, because it does reflect poorly on some states, and some states are fantastic. And I would also encourage regionals to maybe speak with their states about if they would be interested in forming historical committees in their own states. We would be willing to help them set that up and the sorts of things they can do. And the benefit to them is they have a place they can store their records that isn't their own website that can crash or, get lost with changes of boards and things like that. Colorado puts all of its records now on LPedia, and it has it saved them a lot of internal work. Two other things well, actually 3 other things that came to my attention that aren't in my report. A member had written me asking for this like cool porcupine. Some of the staff members will remember this request that was in an email like from 2 years ago because she wanted to get a tattoo of it. And we found the email. But what that alerted me to is there's hundreds and hundreds of emails that go out that we used to print them and put them in a box. And I have all the ones from the 80s and the 90s, but it seems since the electronic age that these are wisp, it's in the ether. So I need to get to staff on how I can get these and how they're being preserved, because I'm not sure how our records are with that. So I need to get with staff because it could be just my ignorance. And we're getting at the point now where the main committee, the main historical committee, we're really knee deep in managing LPDA, making sure the structure is right, making sure the rules are enforced, making sure everything's consistent. At the next meeting, I may approach the LNC, but I would like LNC members to talk to me about this in private. And Wayne has decided he's going to do construction work. Of whether there should be, or whether we would have the ask for the authority to have a smaller subcommittee underneath us that are basically all they do is put up material on LPDA, because the historical committee is managers right now. But I have gigabytes and gigabytes and gigabytes of things that have been scanned that I need people to put up. And I find when you just ask for volunteers and you don't give them some structure or even a title, you know, for what that might mean in a Libertarian Party, they don't do it. And we're getting to the point desperate to get this material up. It's digitized, but it's not up. And to that end also, Whitney had brought up this kind of dovetails with the Policy and Procedures Committee, but Whitney had brought up the idea that in Texas, they actually have a designated volunteer who does like their quote unquote electronic filing, their archiving. Like for all these reports that come out of an LNC meeting, you know, who's getting those up on LPDA where members could easily do that. So that's something I'm thinking about in my head, about some structures for actually managing the digitized files. And I'm probably going to come to the LNC with a request, no money, just committee request. I raise all the money we, you know, I try to raise the money we need. But if anyone has any ideas on that, I would like to hear them. And Tyler, if you could block off some time for me to talk about the email situation. And last thing, I do not have the current budget information, and I don't know what I can do to facilitate communications with headquarters, that when I ask for information on expenses and whatever, to get it quicker. Because I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus. I know we're all busy. That's why I'm asking what I can do to get that information. Maybe if it's something I can keep the records on, I don't know, because I can't report the budgeting information because I didn't receive it. And that's it. If there's any questions, I would love to hear them. And if anyone has about 100 free spare hours a week, I can put you to work. Or any stray volunteers. If you have a volunteer you can't put anywhere because they're homebound and they can't really do much, like an outreach booth, send them to me. I can put anyone to work.
All right, we can open up the questions just on the budget point. I get, and I think either all the officers or maybe everybody gets a P&L every month, and I just pulled it up. And at least as of November 30th, you know, a week ago or so, looks like historical preservation is 983.00 in revenue and 1102.16 in expenses for the year.
Okay, thank you. I probably just didn't see that on there.
Yeah. Okay.
I appreciate that. That helps answer my question.
And then, you know, if something's come in the last week, that would be updated to that. I have, without objection, Ms. DeSisto, then Mr. Coburn, then Mr. Wendt. Ms. DeSisto.
Yes, I just wanted to address the Secretary's comment regarding the emails that go out. We did find recently that a lot of the emails that we had sent out historically were not salvageable because they were in iConnect, which was a program that was out of existence when I came on board, and I was not able to access any of that stuff. So I have tasked Matt Thexton, who does our direct mail appeal, to help us archive what we can of appeals that have gone out. And so if you have any old emails that you want to forward over to us that we could work, we do want to set up that archival process. And then the second thing I just wanted to mention to you is, as I'm fundraising for the 50th anniversary, part of that package that I'm requesting money for is the historical preservation of materials, and for some of that contribution to enhance that, not just for the exhibits, but to really make it a foundation, a viewable foundation for our membership. So I will keep you posted on all of that. But if you need support, let me know and I'll see what I can do to help support that as well, especially as more donations come in. I'm expecting a sizable amount of donations to come in for that event.
I appreciate it. And yeah, and any bodies, volunteers, we need people really badly. Most people don't say this much. I need people more than I need money.
Understood.
And Mr. Molman says in the chat, just so everybody knows, I guess, with regards to the email archive, I have every email I've ever received, including from the LP. So
just a comment to that, though, Mr. Chair, is not every member gets every email. We've started segmenting emails because I can save every email I get, but it's not every email. So that's part of my concern as well, because Ken did share his archives with me, but it's not complete like we've had in the past.
Ken sent a whole bunch of emails from his email account to you? Oh, I don't know if you should do that, Ken.
I haven't looked at them all yet. Hopefully there's no strays in there.
Yeah. All right. Well, let us know. I'll look forward to future reports on that. Mr. Coburn.
Thank you. I have several questions, but I'll try to keep them all fairly brief. I guess the first thing, since this was before the report, I only had a few minutes to review the minutes from the committee. But I noticed in the November minutes, there was a mention of discussing LNC action regarding the Nolan archive. I'm assuming that you didn't want to take any action. I just would appreciate a little more color there if you'd be willing to.
Yeah, this is something I've discussed privately with the chair. It concerns some sensitive volunteer information that doesn't belong in open session. If you guys would like more details when we go into executive session for the budget, if we want to add that to that agenda, I'd be more than glad to update you guys, but there's just some sensitive information that the chair is fully aware of, and I've been working with the chair on that issue.
Okay. I'll move on to the ones from the report.
And one thing, thank you for reading the minutes. I think you're the first person that's ever done that, besides the committee, and I sometimes have my doubts there.
Okay, so the second one, and this is maybe a little bit more general in terms of our strategy for the Preservation Committee. Do we have like an overarching goal in terms of what we want to preserve versus just preserving everything? It seems a little bit, I think that we have a volunteer hour crunch here, maybe because we're trying to preserve everything, whereas I just don't know that printing out the emails of every single email that anyone from the party has sent on the staff or on the committee is a useful allocation of our resources.
Well, two things here. I do not hold to the fixed pie theory of resources, at least with the historical committee, because what I have found, most of my donors and most of my volunteers are mad at the LP, and they don't give money to the LP, but they give money and time to the historical committee because they long for the glory days, to be honest with you. And that's why they give. But right now there's a crunch because we got 40, 50 years of records at one time. Once those are caught up on, it's not a big deal to keep up on a monthly basis with what we generate. It's the backlog that is the issue. And and also when we got these records, quite literally, some of them were very, very organized, and some of them were literally, I had a box that was scrawled on the side, Sam's desk. And it looks like somebody literally took filing cabinets and just went, and there was valuable things in there. So there is still sorting through the pile. So the goal is once everything's digitized, at least we know it's secure and we can archive it at our leisure. I know at some point in the future, perhaps the party would like to get rid of some of the storage space. So my goal is to get everything digitized so then the party can make a decision about what it might want to donate to an archive at a university or so forth. But no, our goal is to preserve nearly everything. And I'll tell you how it's useful. Things are useful to different people. But every other week, you would not believe some of the odd requests I get that are odd to me, but there's somebody, and I'm still looking for it for them, who remembered a fantastic fundraising email from the end of letter from the end of 1996 that they just have to get their hands on because they're building a whole strategy around it. If the things we're putting out aren't worth saving, they weren't worth putting out. That is our philosophy. But yeah, we do have a big time crunch right now because of the backlog, which is why I would love to have a designated person or group of people to take care of what's going on now forward while another group takes care of the past.
Time on this item has expired.
I would just like to move to extend 5 minutes just to address one more point.
Mr. Coburn has moved to extend time on this item by 5 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Wendt. Is there objection?
No objection, but there were several other people as well. I wonder if we would consider an amendment to 10 minutes.
Are you objecting?
No, I was asking to amend to 10 minutes because I would like to hear from Mr. Wendt and Mr. Valenti.
All right, Ms. Harlos.
I would object to that.
Okay. Ms. Harlos moves to extend by 10 minutes instead of 5 minutes. Is there a second? Dies for lack of a second. So now we're back to Mr. Coburn's motion. Is there objection? Ms. Harlos?
Oh, no, no objection.
Okay, without objection. Ended by 5 minutes. Mr. Coburn.
Thank you, and I'll be as brief as I can. Simple last question. Do we have any count on the percent of archives that are digitized to this point from that big block?
That's a good question. About 20%.
Okay,
but
thank you.
that is, I know that's not an easy question. 20% of the hard things. And what I mean by that is we had oversized items or items that are difficult to scan, and those have to be done professionally. Those have been done. What's left is things that can be more easily done by volunteers or inexpensively. We tackled, there were 2 tiers of priority. It was the items that are difficult, oversized, etc., and the things that are of most general interest to most people. Fortunately, there was a convergence because that's mostly newsletters, the LP news and things like that, which fell into both categories. On sheer volume, 20%. On cost or difficulty, 40%.
Thank you. Mr. Wendt, and then Mr. Valenti. Mr. Wendt?
Yes, thank you. My question is concerning the correspondence that all of us have received, or many of us have received. It's regarding records requests from the archives. Is there a process by the historical committee that those records requests, specifically to the 1993, 1994 records of New York, could you speak to what that process is?
What do you mean, if someone asked you for some records?
Yeah, no, if someone asked from the archives that which are in the historical preservation committees in the storage right now, how does that happen? And how do we get that information to those party researchers outside of the historical preservation committee?
Generally, the request will come through info@lp.org and it gets forwarded to me, and I go and try to find the items for them. If it's like a really serious researcher, not somebody who is just curious about something, they can always come to the archives if they need to look through things, because it's not all sorted yet. And I candidly tell people that I look to where I think it might be. If I don't find it, I have a list of requests. I say, if I still run across this, I'll contact you. And I have cleared a few of those, but other people, and anybody, I don't care if they just want to see it out of sheer curiosity. I will always be down there and make it available for anyone who would like to come down there. And that also includes my personal archive, because I've been buying a lot of like old Student Society of Individual Liberty magazines and things like that, because it supplements our history. But yeah, if the requests come to me, I try to find it. I candidly tell them the chances I think that they exist. And I always invite people to come down. There is huge chunks that we simply don't have because of the flood at the Watergate building, where a bunch of records were thrown out. And those are about from 76 to 84.
Okay, one quick follow-up, and I promise this is my only one because I know we're almost out of time, is are you the sole keeper? Are you have sole access to the archives, or do we have a contingency plan, as you said previously, if you get hit by a bus?
The key was the second key was with Mr. Benedict, that I assume he passed it on to Mr. Fishman, who I hope passed it on to Mr. Harris. So it's myself and the executive director that has a key to the facility. I have a couple volunteers in Colorado, like say if I were ill in the hospital or something like that, where someone would need access. Wayne, my husband, could go down and let them. Sarah, another volunteer I have down here. I have a few volunteers who can take care of that. So I'm the first line, but I have volunteers here who could, if I wasn't available, take care of it. Because my general protocol is if someone's there for a while, I go there with them. Just, I need to make sure they're trustworthy. But we had a volunteer here from Italy for a month. She stayed here for a month and just lived literally lived there, but she went there every day. And I stayed with her for about the first week. And after that, she went on her own. So, a researcher that came down here that was super serious and wanted to spend a great deal of time, after I was sure they knew what they were doing and they didn't seem too shifty, I would give them access with the permission of the party chair. I would confer with the party chair on that first. But there's several keys, and the warehouse is in the name of the party, not in my name. So if I should disappear, anyone, from the party can get access. They would cut the lock off for them.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you. Mr. Valente.
That question was already asked.
I'm sorry, I heard one word of that.
Sorry, the question was already asked, so I'm good.
Question's already asked. All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Harless.
Thank you.
Reports of special committees, convention voting process committee, Mr. Thrasher, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would like to reiterate our strategy that is on the report there of taking a two-pronged approach to this. One is trying to find solutions to convention voting based on the current bylaws, and then move on to perhaps suggesting some bylaws amendments down the road. Other than that, I'll leave it to the report. I would like to reiterate, however, that we do have a meeting coming up on Wednesday. Our meetings are open to the public. It's at 9 p.m. Eastern. I believe Mr. Molman has indicated his interest in attending and would pass that out. Pass that invitation to anyone who would like to be a part of this. And with that, I'll yield my time back to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thrasher. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Reports of chairs, advisory committees, activism and membership. Mr. Phillips, 5 minutes.
Hold on 1 second, please. There, now we shouldn't get any echo. The Chairs Advisory Committee is only on activism and membership has only met once, mostly due to obviously election season and the fact that we are looking at some relatively major changes in those departments coming up. And so right now we've got, we had our first meeting We've all had some homework assigned to do some brainstorming of some ideas. We've got a couple ideas we're batting around to then, assuming that everything goes ahead as planned with this budget, that we will then have a meeting here directly after Christmas and then be able to present to the chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Budget and Operations, Mr. Longstreth, 5 minutes.
Budget and operations did not meet since formation, again, mostly because of the election and that sort of thing. While there were meetings happening related to the budget outside of our committee, it was the committee did not meet. So I have already talked with Ken, who's on the committee. There are some things that we want to bring up, so I'll be looking at scheduling a meeting either in December or, if the holidays don't permit, shortly after the holiday, in order to talk about some ideas, hash some things out, and figure out what advice or projects we may suggest from there.
Thank you, Mr. Longstreth. Any questions? All right. Candidates and elected officials, Mr. Coburn, 5 minutes.
Sure thing. I feel like my report was fairly detailed. We met twice, and most members participated in both of them. We met more recently before this meeting to talk about budget and different projects that we might pursue in 2021 and 2022, and setting ourselves up to be able to run after some state legislature races in 2022. But I feel like everything is summarized there. So if you have any questions from the report, please let me know.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Coburn. Development, Ms. Hogarth, 5 minutes.
Yeah, no real report here either. We're still in the brainstorming session or brainstorming area and trying to integrate with the existing development program. But I did want to give people a heads up, people on the National Committee a heads up, because we'll be, within our committee, we'll be forming our individual development plans, and then we'll be broadening that circle out to include the entire National Committee, because I do believe everyone did pledge to participate in development activities, which is very exciting. So hopefully within the month of January, we'd like to get to everyone on the National Committee and start talking about their individualized development plan.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Hogarth. 1 minute each so far, not bad. Marketing and Media, Mr. Roudsup, 5 minutes.
I'm going to bust apart the 1 minute trend here. Marketing Meeting has had no official meetings, but we've had multitudes of communication by email. The 2 projects that we're currently working on was the social media strategy, but we've supplanted that with the social media policy. New revision, actually, it's my fault. I sent out the wrong version to Ms. Harlos. So there is a new version on OneNote now, which is the most current version. I believe that we'll be asking for a vote on that in January. And we were also working on staffing and contractor assessments, but to avoid any double work, we will concede to the EPCC, because pretty much everything that we were talking about was already being handled in that direction. We're also making progress on the initial LP store assessment. I'm currently going through a deep dive on the numbers that Tyler has and has graciously provided to do an evaluation on our current store. Thanks to Ken and several other individuals, we've identified 4 companies that would potentially handle the needs of the Libertarian Party. I've already had conference calls with 3 of them. I'm waiting to schedule a 4th. So hopefully by January, we'll also have an assessment and evaluation of the LP store and a suggestion of direction.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you, Mr. Roudsup. It was 2 minutes, not too bad. Policies and procedures, Ms. Harlos, 5 minutes.
The report, I think, laid out everything. We've had 1 meeting. We're having another meeting, I think, in the upcoming few days, actually. And the current project we're working on is a file architecture for internal document management. And I've been working on the preliminary outline for that and sharing it with the committee. And I know there's a few committee members that want to head up a comprehensive review of the policy manual. And that's the next thing on our radar. And we're more than glad to look at anything or entertain any ideas that people have for improvements in our policies and procedures. But I really thought the most pressing thing was our complete lack of document retention protocols and hierarchy. So that's what we're working on.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you, Ms. Harless. That concludes committee reports. Next item is unfinished business and items postponed from previous meeting. Social media policy, Mr. Raudsep, 15 minutes.
I mentioned before, it's my mistake that I submitted the wrong version of the current social media policy. It's still in current workup. I would like to thank Ms. Harlos, Ms. Adams, Mr. Colburn, Mr. Oliver, and Mr. Bishop Henchman for creating ideas or facilitating additional resource information to make this policy a better policy. And I do appreciate that very much. I do encourage and I do ask that everyone go ahead and read the updated version and please give additional feedback so we can make the policy the best policy for the Libertarian Party. Like I stated before, I'm hoping that we can move forward with this on a vote in January. That's all I have. I will concede the rest of my time.
So no motion at this time, just clarifying.
That is correct. No motion at this time. However, please be advised that we will be making a motion in January.
All right, thank you. Well, I guess there's no motion, so technically there's no debate. All right, thank you, Mr. Raudsep. That concludes unfinished business. Next item is new business, where the first item is the adoption of the 2021 budget as proposed by the Executive Committee. Mr. Hagan. How do you want to do this?
Well, we've sent out the budget to the LNC, but I will share the screen, get up here.
Okay, while you pull that up, and I'll just talk a little bit about the process of how we developed it. It frankly started with asking Mr. Kraus and Mr. Hagan to prepare a straight line compared from last year into this year. And I think that took, what was that, Tim, 8 or 9 drafts to get there? Because after the straight line was developed, then, they went through line by line looking for savings opportunities and changes and what the trend was and what, good numbers were and everything. And then, so we took that, and then, it's kind of the straight line without any strategic changes or without any, objective changes. To that, I had a number of meetings, probably about 300 meetings and phone calls over the past couple of weeks with committees, with about half of you, with individuals and stakeholders, coming up with, where the priorities are for the organization. And then from that developed kind of a wish list, obviously a lot taken from the staff in that regard, and pulled that together. And we put together a draft of that and then shaved it and changed it until we managed to get it into balance. And so that took a little bit of work. And so you'll notice on here, it does say draft 11, and that's how many drafts it took to through that process. And then of course it went to the Executive Committee this past Wednesday, where there was about 2 hours of discussion. And then the version you have in front of you is as recommended through the Executive Committee. So I just wanted to update you on how the process has been different this year, and kind of walk you all through that. So I appreciate that. Mr. Hagan.
Okay. So the first sheet in the Excel workbook, this column I in the cyan is the actual proposed budget. I'll go fairly briefly on this one because the numbers from here come from the next sheets. That's how it's all got developed, and has total revenues of $1,771,706. the costs for support and revenues, be spending $552,408. Program expenses of $1,219,225. And it's add up to give a surplus of $73. Now we do our accounting and our budgeting and accrual methods. So I want to see how this would relate with the cash, or how it would affect our reserve. So we have money we pull out, the final money pull out from it's held in trust from a bequest, and also the money that's in the legal in the building funds. But we also need the cash to pay off the mortgage, and basically it turns it from like a cash asset to a building asset. So the accrual method, it's still considered an asset. So cash wise, this has a surplus of $11,719. And so these all calculate from on the next sheet. A lot of these numbers is more where it's itemized down, how it came up with, how to come up with the budget. And so make sure all these are based on how much we spent on 2020. Some of them are the average of 2017 and 2019, which were the last two non-election years. So it's great to get basically budgeting for the trend of what we've seen previously, expecting that for the next years. Some of the differences for the direct listing of major donors, we're expecting a total of $198,000. And so ballot access, building fund, and other events, we basically budget the revenue to get from those to match the expenses. Same for the branding, which is basically an LP store. So all those will hopefully balance out. We did add, which lines, 4310 for affiliate support. Added in 15,000 for revenue, and also 15,000 expenses for the affiliate in a support program that Ms. Sarwark mentioned. And we're budgeting for 4 issues for LP News. And I believe the historical committee will probably have a move to amend this number. Where right now it's currently budgeted for $1,200 for revenues and expenses for the historical preservation. So that's how it came up with those all come up for the revenues. Are there any questions on the revenue section? Okay. And one thing we did do different for this year compared to previous years is for each of the line items. Some of these was a combination of labor and material. And so, for example, the first one here, this is a combination of the development contractors plus material for the development for St. House letters. For next year for the budget, basically added a new category. So this is just $75,000 for the material, and added this new category $70.50 for fundraising labor. So that's why there's no entry for previous years for that one. It's basically to make it more clear which is material and which is labor. The contractors and staff we'll get to later, because that's in the executive session, because that's in a confidential salary sheet. And some of the other highlights moving some windows around on my computer. So for the Libertarian Frontier Project, 7360. For candidate support, we budgeted $15,000 for the Libertarian Frontier Project, and another $17,500 for training programs. And there's also $139,000 that's for the contractor labor for candidate support. We budgeted $84,000 for ballot access. I know this may change, but what the ballot access committee comes up with original ideas, have that can cover Alaska, Arkansas, Maine, and North Dakota for next year. A lot of this in orange, that comes from the office administration expenses. So I'll go over that one. Pretty much all of these, almost all are based on how much we've been spending this year for the office expenses, except for the IT. I'm hoping to see some savings from the IT that I know Andy and Robert and Ken been looking into that. How some things that duplicates that we're spending for that we can get rid of. And we did add a $1,200 for a human resource subscription. I believe that's to hire like an outside company, take care of some of the human resource stuff for our staff. Those are the main highlights other than the staffing areas. Then repeat again the $73 surplus, $11,000 for cash. Oh, and this budget's also kind of predicting current membership is about 21,000. That will be at 19,000 for next year. There's always a drop off after presidential election year. Get a lot of new members in the first year. A lot of them, probably just over half, typically do not renew. But once they do renew, they usually stick around. So we'll predict some. So you do have to predict some drop off for the year after the presidential election year.
Just to interject here, we are conservatively projecting for budget purposes a reduction in membership. Our goal is not a membership reduction, just to clarify.
Right. Goal is to do better than the budget in this prediction. Goal be like, I'm not sure exactly what the goal is, but if you keep the same numbers, would make that be a great goal. Are there any questions we've covered so far?
Questions?
Okay, I wonder if should we go to executive session to cover the salary section?
Yes, why don't you move that?
Okay. So I'll stop sharing. So I'll move we go into executive session to discuss staff salary and budgeting for next year.
Second.
To include members of the LNC, and I would suggest Mr. Harris as well.
Yes.
All right. Moved by Mr. Hagan. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Phillips. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, we'll move to executive session at 4:50 p.m. Mr. Ferreira, can we use your thing again?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so the same link as earlier. See you there.
earlier.
We have risen from executive session at 6:17 p.m. The chair would ask for a 15-minute recess. Is there a motion to recess for 15 minutes?
So moved.
Moved
Second.
by Mr. Longstress, seconded by Ms. Zebke. Is there objection? Seeing no objection, we are recessed for 15 minutes, 6:33 p.m. Eastern. Thank you.
Georgia Tech is down 10-20 in the third quarter.
Sorry, Tim.
But Nebraska beat Purdue. So
That's good.
yeah, we haven't had a very good season, so beating Purdue was nice.
I'm not entirely sure how to feel about that win.
Embrace it.
May I add, the Virginia Cavaliers now have a 4-4 record, beating the amazing Boston College Eagles, whoever they are, 36-17. Oh, I'm sorry, this quarter 4. They will be beating any second now.
Any second now, huh?
Well, 6 minutes and 25 seconds, really. But yeah, nobody's worried. I'm not worried. They played a team last week that I never even heard of.
Who's
But
that?
they won. That's all that counts, right? Doesn't matter who you play.
Who'd they play?
Oh, God, it was some weird college I've never in my life heard of.
This what, Virginia?
Yeah. Let's see. Who did they play last week? Stats.
Indiana is currently beating Wisconsin, so that's good.
Abilene Christian Wildcat?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're,
Never heard of that. But man,
Abilene-
they beat him.
Abilene Christian is a Division I football championship subdivision team out of, well, of course, Texas. Used to be a Division II team that played in my alma mater's, one of my alma mater's conferences. So.
A lot of these bigger schools have had to start searching for replacements. Nebraska tried to do that, and then the Big Ten nixed it because one of the schools canceled like 3 or 4 days beforehand because too many people had come down with COVID. So they were trying to find replacements so that they keep playing, and so it'd be interesting to find out whether Abilene Christian was in that, or if they were actually planned to play them all along.
Yeah, right now Georgia Tech, it's delayed. So they're showing schedule going at least till December 19th. Supposed to be our last game. And normally
Christmas.
you're done by now.
You know, Tim, next year, I believe my alma mater, Kennesaw State, plays Georgia Tech.
Yeah, you mentioned that. I saw that. Yeah, they did play.
Yeah, that's we're actually a really good school in the FCS division. So I mean, we're top 10 the last few. I mean, it's only a 5-year-old program, but have finished in the top 10 in the last 3, and ranked in the top 10 of this year. Whenever they start playing their season, so I think it's in February when Kennesaw State kicks off. We might have to wager a barley pop or 2 off of that one.
Yeah. So we scheduled the LNC meeting that weekend. And
Yeah, down in Atlanta. There we go.
It is 6:35 p.m. Eastern, and our 15-minute recess is up. Mr. Hagan, I believe you have a motion on behalf of the Executive Committee.
Yeah, do you want me to share that again? The Excel spreadsheet?
I suppose it wouldn't hurt.
I move that we adopt the budget as that was adopted or presented by the Executive Committee for 2021, as shown on the screen.
Mr. Hagan has made that motion on behalf of the Executive Committee. It does not require a second, and I'm going to deem there to be objections so that we can proceed to amendments and debate. Mr. Hagan, it's my understanding you have an amendment also.
Yes,
There's nothing on the screen yet.
Pardon?
I'm not seeing anything on the screen. Is it just me?
No, on mine it's got a spinning wheel of death and says he's started screen sharing, but just continuously spinning.
Yeah,
Does it say my screen sharing is paused? Let me try it again.
Now maybe there was an addendum to the contract that we weren't sent, that we should have been sent, which is possible.
Success.
Did it come up? Okay.
All right, Mr. Hagan, you have a motion.
Yes, I move to change, I know it's in the chat, line number 32, change it from $412,308, change it to $416,692, and also change line 45, compensation, from $440,300, change it to $435,600. And I will note that with these changes, the surplus will be $389.
Seconded.
Second.
Mr. Hagan has made that motion. Mr. Phillips has seconded it. Is there any objection? Without objection. All right, we'll proceed to other debate or amendments. And Ms. Harlos, I had promised to call on you. I'm sorry it wasn't the first one I'm calling on, but the second at least.
Yeah. Mr. Hagan will need to help me out with the line numbers, because if I pull up Excel and I can't move his sheet around, I will crash everything. But I would like to move to increase the budget line item for expenses of the Historical Committee to $2,500, and also subsequently move to increase the revenues of the Historical Committee to $2,500 for a net zero change.
So that will be lines on the budget sheet, lines 25 and 90 to make both 2,500.
Yes. So they zero each other out.
Correct.
Second.
Ms. Harlos has made the motion to increase the historical preservation line item in both revenues and expenses from $1,200 to $2,500. It was seconded by Mr. Phillips. Is there any objection?
Just a request for information. Mr. Hagan, could you scroll back to where the revenue was from previous years, or the revenue line?
That is in, I think is that in the next spreadsheet or is in this one, Tim? Historical preservation year over year.
Oh.
Revenue. Is that what you needed, Mr. Coburn?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Are you objecting? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Without objection. Other motions. Ms. Harlos.
I'm sorry, my hand should be down.
Okay. Others. Going once. Mr. Molman. Mr. Molman, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm trying. I apologize. I'm on my phone here. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to amend. I'm going to have to pull this budget back up because I'm here. Give me one moment here. The problem is what I wanted to do is buried in other things. Where is IT hiding?
Why don't you tell us what you want to do, and then we
Okay.
can all help you figure out how to do it.
Okay. The Affiliate Support Committee, in their report, I believe, had outlined a couple of items, specifically that as currently budgeted, the CRM doesn't even have enough money for any potential bugs or hiccups to be able to contract to help with even that portion, and had requested $5,000 for minor improvements and bug fixes. There was another $10,000 that would be major enhancements that are not necessarily critical, but would be good to have that would help the project. And then the third item was if the committee was so inclined, we estimate approximately $30,000 would be necessary to put all of the features and functions that are missing from Razor's Edge into the CRM, which would have a 1-year ROI, with the theory that over this year we would be able to replace Razor's Edge, have it ready to go, and would not have to renew in 2022. So those were the three items that Mr. Hedge. Yep, sorry, you were muted.
I'm sorry. I was just saying, Mr. Hagan. So it sounds like Mr. Molman would want to propose to increase the CRM budget by $45,000. How would he word that motion?
Is this labor or software, hardware, and other IT? Software, hardware, and other IT is $81.90, and computer services labor is at $82.40.
All of this would be contracted out work.
So I would suggest $82.40 computer services.
And right, I understand that our goal is to have a balanced budget. I'm sorry. Let me make the motion. Let's see if it gets seconded, and then I'll go into discussion. Sorry.
So Mr. Molman has moved to adjust line 8240 computer services from 16,640 to be 61,640. Did you have any offsets, or that's just the motion?
I think that's going to have to just be the motion right now, unless somebody else can come up with something.
All right, so that's Mr. Molman's motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Sorry, who was that?
Myself and somebody else, I think.
Who was myself? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nana.
Mr. Nana. Seconded by Mr. Nana. Is there objection?
Yep. Objection.
There is objection. All right, Mr. Molman, if you'd like to speak to your motion.
Yes, and this number represents three different pieces, and I figured we can, if we want to divide it, we can amend it, we can do whatever we want. We're a committee, we can do that. As noted, 5,000 is for immediate bug fixes and minor tweaks. 10,000 would be for more major items, which Ms. Sarwak, as the chair of the Affiliate Support Committee, has posted into the chat for those of you who can jump into there and see what that's about. And then the final piece is 30,000 to do any and all work to convert or to catch up what Civi CRM can do, doesn't currently, as we've implemented it, take over the functions of RE over the course of the year. And the latter one has a 1-year ROI, so we pay approximately $30,000 a year for Razor's Edge as it stands. The 10,000 is for major increases in what the CRM would be able to do, and the 5,000 is more incidental, transactional. Make sure that if something goes sideways, we have a few bucks to call someone and help us keep it alive.
All right, we'll proceed to debate on this. I have Mr. Bowen, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Harlos. Mr. Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to hear from Mr. Kraus and Mr. Hagan about the possibility that some of that additional expense would have to be a capital expenditure, possibly, and how that would affect the budget.
Without objection, hearing from either or both Mr. Kraus or Mr. Hagan with respect to that. Mr. Kraus, I think you're already putting the answer in the chat, so let me call on you.
Yeah, sure. So the original CRM costs were capitalized because our auditor and audit committee deemed that development work and had to be capitalized versus expensed out. So that would fall further down in the budget where we have the capital expenses versus the operating expenses. And to me, it's sounding like 30K might fall under that development category.
Mr. Bowen, does that adequately answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Did you have anything further you want to say?
No, I yield.
Okay. I have Mr. Phillips and Ms. Harlos. Mr. Phillips.
Just to address Mr. Bowen's point, do we then need to move to amend Ken's motion?
Mr. Bowen didn't offer an amendment.
Well, no, I said, do we need to, or can we just do it? If we need to move an amendment, I would like to move that amendment and then come back to my original question.
If you'd like to.
Yes, I would. Let's move that amendment to Ken's motion.
All right, what is your amendment?
What is this amendment we are moving?
Moving, taking the $30,000 out of where we originally put it and putting it in capital expenses.
That is not a motion that I can record. I need line numbers, or that doesn't make sense to me.
Mr. Hagan?
I might be able to help here, Ms. Harlos. What do you have as the motion on the table right now?
I don't have anything down because so far what's been said was, oh, move 30,000 from here from this other thing, and that's
The underlying motion that we have right now is to increase
budget line 8240 from $16,640 to $61,640.
Yes. And then Mr. Kraus made the observation that some of it may be able to be capitalized, and that's where we're at. And I think Mr. Phillips wants to make a motion in that regard, but well, that's where we're at.
But I need the line numbers because I'm not, I'm not a savant on remembering line numbers, and so it's what, 8240.
I'm sensing that Mr. Phillips is moving to instead change 8240 computer science or computer services to 32,640, and also down at row 211 capital expenditures to change it from 0 to make it 30,000.
Amazing how you use the force like that, Mr. Hagan. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Phillips has moved to amend Mr. Molman's motion in that regard. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Hagan. Is there objection?
I would note Mr. Hagan stated 32,640 while the spreadsheet says 31,640.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Without objection, that is now the main motion, and we're back to debating that main motion. Ms. Harlos and then Mr. Coburn. Ms. Harlos?
So now we're looking at trying to find $16,000. The difference between 32,640 and 16,640.
Is that rhetorical, or are you asking the chair?
I'm making sure I'm not being dumb. So it's not rhetorical. I want to know if that's correct.
So what,
15,000.
how this motion currently is to spend an additional $45,000. And some of that is from general funds. And so it goes to our ordinary revenue line, or ordinary surplus and deficit line. And then some of it is from capital expenditures, which, are just as much cash, except they come from a different bucket.
Okay.
And so the line on line 208 there is our cash what we'll have, how this budget changes our cash situation
Uh,
during the, I'm sorry, I just
Oh.
said that wrong. It's, yeah, you're right, Mr. Hagan. That's how our revenues and expenses compare to each other. And then line 215 is how it affects our cash situation.
So the reserves.
Right.
Okay, I got it. Here's I have a request for information that will bear on what I might say after that. Was in the initial ask, like when people said what their wish list was for the budget, was this asked for and declined, or is this something that just came up today?
Mr. Molman?
Yeah, I can't specifically speak to that whole process. I know that when the affiliate support committee met, there was discussion about what we wanted to see and do. Part of that was incorporated into the budget. The 15,000 for affiliate in a box is definitely in there. I can't speak to the other 45, but certainly at a minimum we would need, as noted, we would need the 5,000 at a minimum just to keep us safe. If something goes sideways, we have to be able to engage someone to help. The remainder are features that people have been asking for. As Ms. Sarwark noted earlier, we talked to a number of chairs. She talked to all of the chairs. I talked to the ones with the CRM. Almost universally, each of the, 12 chairs here said that they want to make sure that the CRM is properly funded and continues to grow. And there were a handful of features that were specifically talked about. The couple of chairs that had concerns, also the 10,000 incorporates those concerns as well regarding the ability to generate membership reports and whatnot. So I can't speak to the timeline. What I can speak to is the technical side of it and kind of the conversations that went on behind. To be fair, my email is a disaster, and so I may have dropped the ball on that even. I don't know.
That's because you have 10 years of emails.
No, that's not the bad part. It's that it doesn't get delivered to my phone, and I get all of the tickets that get opened, and. So it's a train wreck. But
So it sounds like this wasn't initially contemplated, and that puts us in the bad position of trying to find this money rather than the chair having a few weeks or a month to look at everything and make the balancing act. That's what makes it difficult, because we have two major projects here, I think both of which are equally important, which is the Frontier project and the CRM. And I just don't really know how to balance that. I will not vote for a deficit budget. That's my bottom line. So that's where I was trying to figure out if this was declined before, if I could hear the reasoning. But without offsets or some kind of commitments to raise money, I understand we need it, but this might have to be a lesson learned of asking for it ahead of time, because it's so difficult to do this on the fly. I'm still very uncertain as to how I'm going to vote, but except for the fact that if it causes a deficit, I can't vote for it.
Thank you, Ms. Harlos. Mr. Coburn.
Thank you. I would note that I would agree that perhaps, I'm not sure what the rest of the body's thinking right now, but I would be in favor of dividing this, because I do think the $5,000, though potentially a little bit high, is something that I would be in favor of in terms of being able to address bugs or issues that we have with the CRM. The other $40,000, based on what Ms. Sarwark put in the chat at the very least, it seems like things that are almost dreams for us to have the CRM to be able to do, but they're not reflective of the current state of the CRM. I'd rather have a CRM that's able to house a full voter file than a CRM that is able to do text banking and make calls and things like that. I think that there's already a solution out on the market for those services. And I just really don't see the benefit to investing $10,000 at this moment at the state of where the CRM is.
Thank you, Mr. Coburn. Ms. Ebke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find myself a little puzzled. I think that it's important for us to maintain a balanced budget. I also think it's important for us to figure out how to improve our technology to the extent that we can. I would suggest that we move ahead with the budget absent the CRM increases, and think about creating a special fund task force, special fundraising effort for that specifically.
Thank you, Ms. Ebke. Mr. Hall has had his hand up but took it down. So I have Mr. Wendt, Mr. Raudsep, and Ms. Sarwark. Mr. Wendt. Mr. Wendt, you're muted. There you go. Oh.
All right. I hope that you can hear me. Yes. Unfortunately, this is the time of the evening where the internet bogs down. So one of the things that I really kind of stress, I alluded to it before, is that this is a cornerstone effort because without the CRM, we can't grow the party, we can't get the members, we can't do all of that. I think fixing the problems, onboarding people, and working on these issues that we're experiencing with the CRM is going to create the backbone and the infrastructure that our affiliates can then latch onto and work off of. I think it's a critical infrastructure, much like Mr. Pizzell cannot run every campaign across the country. We, as an LNC, cannot run every little aspect and every website. We have to have that template and that backbone, and that's what funding the CRM is going to do. So I think it's very critical to take the workload off of us to create this problem. So to alleviate this problem, that's what I have.
Thank you, Mr. Wendt. Mr. Raudsep.
So I have a rather probably going to be unpopular suggestion. In order to make sure that the CRM has the funding that is necessary, we're going to have to sacrifice something. And if we look at line 7340, which is LP News printing and postage, it's currently set at 30,000. This is outside of the production and labor costs of LP News. So LP News can continue to exist. However, if we move it to a purely digital format, which is not outside of the policy manual or the bylaws, this would recoup $30,000 to then reapply towards the CRM.
Thank you, Mr. Raudsep. Ms. Sarwark.
I want to apologize to Mr. Molman because I was supposed to speak to this prior, but it is dinner time and we have a bunch of kids and I did not hear. So I'm very sorry. I would like to agree with Mr. Colburn that I think we should split it. Ms. DeSisto spoke earlier about keeping Razor's Edge for another year. And I know the importance that Mr. Molman has with the CRM and getting the cutover happening. But I think the highest priority for us would be the $10,000 to $15,000 for major improvements and or minor improvements as well.
Is that a motion, Ms. Sarwark?
Is it a motion to split it? Yes, I will make a motion to split it, to split Mr. Molman's amendment. To focus
You'll
on
have to specify how you want to split it.
What do I
So
want to do?
if I get what you're saying right, is you want to vote on 5,000 separate from the other 40,000. Is that?
I think she's wanting to vote on 15,000 versus the other 30.
15 or 30? Is that what it?
Let's go for 10. And because I'm confident that Mr. Molman could do some sort of fundraising to alleviate the that part of the. I don't think anybody is going to be counting on Ken to raise $45,000, but I think that I might be able to count on Ken to figure out where he's going to get $10,000. That is my motion. 10,000 instead of 45.
So, and you want to do it as a division rather than a amendment.
It's not divisible. It would have to be an amendment.
I don't think it's divisible. So I think you'd have to frame it as a motion to amend the
A
amendment.
motion to amend 10,000 instead of 45,000. And I'm sorry, Ken, for cutting you short.
And is that what you're moving?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Sarwark moves to change it from 45,000 to 10,000. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, may I frame it in the way that I think is a proper motion?
Yes, please do.
So Molman's amendment was to increase budget line 8240. Well, actually, it's not proper at this time. It's too deep in an amendments.
This would be the second. This would be a secondary amendment.
Molman increased budget line 8240 from 16,000 to 642. From 16,640 to 61,640. Phillips moved the
Primary
Molman.
amendment. That was adopted, and then we were back to the primary amendment. So secondary are in order.
But the primary motion is the motion to adopt the budget,
Right, and then we have a primary amendment.
which is Molman, and then Phillips is the secondary amendment.
No, but that was adopted, and so then.
Oh, gotcha. That's what I missed. Thank you. So what I'm understanding Ms. Sarwark to say is to change 8240 to $26,640 and reset 211 back to the zero.
Or alternatively, reset 8240 back to what it was and add 10,000.
Right, to 211.
And I think that one would have the smaller budget hit, Ms. Sarwark, if that's what you want to do.
Yes. And I am speaking over Mr. Molman, and I again apologize, but I think that we want to get the major improvements done first. So I think we should go that way.
All right, so Ms. Sarwark moves to amend the motion to just be a $10,000 increase in capital expenditures. Did I frame that accurately?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Harlos. Is there objection?
I object.
Mr. Phillips objects, so we'll move to debate. Ms. Sarwark, if you'd like to speak to your motion.
I do not think I have anything else to say. I feel very strongly about this. Sorry, I'm gonna turn my video back on. This is what the affiliates want, and I'm trying to make the least impact on the budget as it stands. I think I've expressed that. That's why I basically just cut ourselves short. This is something that they want, and this is something that if we can do, I would like to do. And in turn, the revenue would come back to us through party growth and development.
All right. We're now on the Sarwark amendment, so it's kind of back to a new list, but there's not really a way to manage that in Zoom. So I'm just going to kind of work down, and if you'd rather speak on the main motion rather than on this amendment, indicate so, and I will go to the next person. Mr. Phillips.
I mean, honestly, I hated to object to this because we all know that I've been one of the major proponents for a balanced budget, and I think we could still get to a balanced budget. We may have to find some cuts elsewhere. We've got several different things that are all important here. The CRM project, all kind of, including the fact that if we don't do the 30, then we just end up buying Razor's Edge again next year. That's the way it works. We, Ms. DeSisto asked for one more year of Razor Edge so that we could get CRM in a line, so that we could, so that we could then be ready to eliminate the Razor's Edge from the budget next year. So if we don't spend the money this year,
I'm sorry, I just want to correct a mischaracterization. That's not what Ms. DeSisto said. She said at least a year.
Well, yeah,
it's an important tool. Anybody saying Ms. DeSisto wants to switch to the CRM is misrepresenting what she said.
That's valid correction. Valid correction. She said she wanted to have it for at least another year because the CRM was not ready. Andy Burns and Ken Molman indicated that they could have it ready in a year. That is a very valid correction. Thank you for that. Either way, it doesn't change my base point, which is that if Andy and Ken are correct, which I believe that they are, then if we don't spend the 30,000 this year, then we're buying Razor Edge again next year and spending the 30,000 again next year. So we're just kicking the can down the road and increasing our budget for next year. I think that we owe it to our constituents to find the money this year. If we've got to, we've argued about give or gets, we've argued about all those kind of things before. If we've got to commit to some more fundraising, we've got to commit to some more fundraising. Our board fundraising is only $20,000 this year. It's a pretty low number. I think most of us give that already between all of us. So
that's where the number came from, just so you know.
Yeah. So exactly, that's what I'm saying. So asking us to find a little bit more money, it's not. I think this is something that our constituents want, that we owe them as part of long-term planning, is to make this move, to make this work.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I have Mr. Raudsep and then Ms. Sarwark. Mr. Raudsep.
I'm sorry, that was an artifact.
All right.
And myself, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you're down there. I
Thank
have
you.
Ms. Sarwark and then Mr. Molman. Ms.
Also an
Sarwark?
artifact, sorry.
Okay. I have Mr. Molman and then Ms. Harlos. Mr. Molman.
I believe my hand's up as well.
It is. You're further down. Mr. Molman? You're muted, Mr. Molman.
The old double mute. So I could support this as long as when we come back to the main motion, we do something where we create a segregated fund or some sort of segregated fundraising to do the rest. I do believe, as Mr. Phillips noted, that this body needs to decide if we're going to stick with Razor's Edge, if we're going to try to consolidate everything into Civi, or if we're going to go some third route. And today's probably not that day. I mean, we're doing a budget meeting, and I think that deserves a little bit more consideration. But I would like to ask that the committee consider, when we get back to the main motion, also creating a segregated fund of some sort that we can fundraise directly into, so that we could fund, if there's interest in trying to do this, then we can fundraise for it. And if there's not, then there's not. And I think that's probably the best way. I'm always, and understand that the $30,000 was a conservative budget, and by conservative I mean we weren't going to go over it. I'm not one to give a number that is not real and then come back and ask for more. I try to do my best to make sure that I only have to do one ask ever. I don't like to have to come back and 6 months later and say oopsie. So that is the reality is the number is probably lower than 30, but I certainly understand the desire for a balanced budget. Ms. Sarwark's motion for 10K will definitely keep the CRM project alive. It will let us get our most critical initiatives completed. And if we have a mechanism to raise money for additional stuff that states may want, and maybe the states themselves will fund it, that'd be great. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Mr. Molman. I have, just so everybody knows the order right now, I have Ms. Harlos, Mr. Ferreira, Mr. Wendt, Mr. Valente, Ms. Adams, Mr. Coburn, Mr. Phillips. Ms. Harlos, and then Mr. Ferreira. Ms. Harlos?
Okay, even with the 10,000, we're at a point of a negative budget. So that money needs to be found somewhere. If it's going to be, we're too deep in amendments now, so I can't offer an amendment. I don't think it's unreasonable to raise the board solicitation to 30,000 to cover it, with a concurrent direction to development to immediately start a fundraising drive to raise the additional 30,000.
Ms. Harlos, just an observation. I think we're actually in the positive if this were to pass, because it would come out of capital expenses where we had an $11,000 surplus.
Oh, so then, okay, as long as it's in the positive, but I do think we need to, after we dispose of all these amendments, to direct development to immediately start a CRM fundraiser. CRM has to be funded. And I'm just really concerned about the competition between Frontier and CRM. And I want those two to be balanced in there. And there is, I know Apollo Shaken said, I don't mean within the LNC. I mean, in the general perception, I don't mean within the LNC at all, Mr. Pizzello, sorry if it appeared that way. So yeah, if we're in the positive, I'll vote for this. But I want a direction to development to fundraise for the rest, because it's a Band-Aid and it's not fully funding the CRM.
If I could address that very briefly, whatever we set out to do, and this budget is setting our priorities for the organization. And whatever we come out of this budget, having decided our priorities are what development will go and fundraise for. So you don't need to direct development to do that. They know that. They're going to go out and do that. And you know, the CRM is, I want to correct any misconception that I don't consider, or that this board does not consider the CRM a priority. The CRM in the proposed budget as adopted by the executive committee gives the full ask that was submitted by Mr. Burns in the process. And, you know, it was all scrutinized, but it was all very well justified. And so it's in there. So it's in there as basically what we spent this year plus that additional person that we're adding. So I'm not quite sure what this money is going for. 10 grand is 10 grand. And honestly, Mr. Burns comes in under every year on what the initial estimates were. So I'm not too worried about this line item, but you know, I'll just leave it at that. But I wanted to give that background.
Mr. Chair, if I could just supplement what I had to say, I didn't mean at all that this board doesn't support Frontier or CRM. I'm talking about the chitter chatter I hear amongst the membership. So I try to balance things so it doesn't look like we're favoring one over the other. And I do think even Mr. Mullman will concede this was an error in not asking for this money from the beginning. And that's how this happened. That this should have been asked of you a month ago, so this could have been anticipated. But you know, it is what it is right now.
Yeah. And I'll add, you know, successfully raising money means selling benefits, not features. And so I think it is very easy to fundraise for this if we talk about the capabilities, and we've kind of touched on a little bit the capabilities that it gives to our affiliates and to our states. It's very difficult to fundraise for it, talking about, you know, precisely what, you know, particular things we're paying for, because that's too ephemeral for donors. Donors want to hear how this is going to move the needle on stuff. And, you know, I've had that conversation before with Mr. Mullman and with Mr. Burns, and we're going to continue to have that conversation of how best we can frame this to raise more money for it. Because, you know, I want to be able to come back and say, look, we have the money to add more to this, and to add, so Ms. Sarwark's listing through it all the things that we want to add to it that will really add value to the affiliates. Building a competing product to Razor's Edge, I would put in a different category than that. Mr. Ferreira and then Mr. Wendt. Mr. Ferreira.
Yeah, when I heard the original motion, it was three parts. It was the $5,000 maintenance, $10,000 for these enhancements that Ms. Sarwark has mentioned, and then $30,000 of basically Razor's Edge improvement. We got rid of the 5,000 and 30,000. We kept the 10,000, but that 10,000 we had originally put up in expenses, and now we're calling them capital expenses. I want to make sure that they truly are capital expenses.
Mr. Kraus, did you hear that question?
Yes, sorry. Maybe Richard Bowen can answer that. I don't know.
Mr. Bowen,
what his expertise are.
Yeah, generally, if they are enhancements to the software, they would be considered capital expenditures. If they are fixes to what we have currently, they would be considered expenses, not a capital budget item.
Okay, so I would consider these enhancements as well. So they should have been down in capital expenditures the entire time. It should have been 5,000 up above and 40,000 down below. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ferreira. Mr. Wendt and then Mr. Valente. Mr. Wendt. Oh, it looks like they've put their hands down, I think. All right, Mr. Valente's put his hand down. Mr. Wendt, no? Okay. I have Ms. Adams, Mr. Coburn, Mr. Phillips. Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as much as I realize, because I have certainly had my pet projects in my multiple tenures on the LNC, that we all have our pet projects, and we have certainly budgeted for several of them. A branding revamp at $5,000, an affiliate in the box at $15,000. Yes, we all have these pet projects. It has been expressed by the members in my region. I don't know about other region reps, but I'm going to assume very much the same, that the CRM is their focus. And it is my job to represent the members in my region and their best interest and what they want. And what they want is for us to put our focus on the CRM and improving the functionality and accessibility of the CRM before we focus on other pet projects like branding or affiliate in a box. Perhaps as committee chairs, as LNC members, we can make a commitment to self-fund some of these pet projects, much like we did LP Everywhere last cycle, instead of relying on the LP to fund that, and instead allow the LP to fund the CRM project that is of vital importance to our members. I'm going to vote against anything that cuts funding for this CRM project and places funding on any other pet project instead. And I would hope that other members would do the same.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Mr. Coburn, then Mr. Phillips. Mr. Coburn.
Sure. I have several comments. I think perhaps it might be beating a dead horse at this point, but I would just like to express my disappointment that this is coming up now. I don't know if this is how the committee typically operates. Maybe it's just because I'm a new member and I'm not used to it, but I really think that this is a little bit improper. But in terms of how we can serve our states best, I think that the $5,000 that we originally had is an important expenditure, but we took that out and we are only focusing on the middle 10,000, which is for those major enhancements. I think this is worse than the first motion. We're only focusing on the text banking, the call dashboard, the performance, Civi rules, all of those middle items. I've never had a state chair ask me for us to develop text banking in the CRM. I haven't had one ask me to develop a call dashboard in the CRM. I've heard that we need to make the CRM more accessible. I've heard that we need to make the CRM more usable to general members. So that's where I'm coming from. I think that those items at this moment are a pet project. And I think that we have much larger issues that we need to deal with in the CRM first before we take those projects on. So really my focus here is on the original $5,000 to address bugs and tweaks that we might have to make during the year.
Thank you, Mr. Coburn. I have Mr. Phillips, then Mr. Nana. Mr. Phillips.
To address Mr. Coburn, I believe the $10,000 actually includes that $5,000. Just so we're on, I think that's where I was getting where we're at, but maybe I'm mistaken. And to second Ms. Adams, I'm a big fan of affiliate in the box. We tried to do, that was one of our things on the affiliate support committee. Priority wise, I would think that would take a second place. But regardless of all that, I'm the one that objected to this motion originally, and I find myself in agreement with Mr. Molman in that if I can get a commitment from everybody to say, okay, hey, we'll put this 10,000 in, which doesn't leave us at a deficit, but then we'll make some kind of commitment to fundraise for the rest of that $30,000 so that we can get this done. I would withdraw my, and we want that $30,000 to be segregated. I'm totally behind making that compromise and allowing this to happen. And then just, once again, as Mr. Tuck answered Mr. Coburn, I've had many state chairs and state people express to me the desire for those pieces of functionality. Sometimes they express it vaguely and just say they want things to import and work and things to, but when I press them for details, that's kind of what they mean, is they want those pieces of functionality. But so yeah, once again, I would basically, I would withdraw my objection and side with Mr. Molman if I can get everybody's commitment that, hey, let's say we need this $30,000. Let's find a segregated, make a segregated fund and start fundraising for it. And if we get it, we spend the money. Great. Or if we get $10,000, you know, they can start developing it or whatever. But you know, put that in there somewhere, and I'm all behind it.
Mr. Phillips, unfortunately, you're not able to withdraw your objection.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean, I use
But
that as a turn of phrase. I know
if
that I
you
can't
wanted-
actually with
the way
I know
you
that I
could
can't.
do that is by calling the question to end debate, and then we would vote on your motion, and then I would ask if there's objection again. And
Excellent. Let's call the question.
all right, Mr. Phillips moves to call the question. Is there a second to ending debate on the Sarwark amendment? I think is what it is.
Yeah, second.
Second.
There is a second. Is there objection to ending debate on the amendment? We're not on the main motion, but on the amendment. Seeing none, we will end debate, and I will ask, is there objection to Ms. Sarwark's amendment?
Here, state the amendment just because I'm
Sure.
confusing amendments in my mind right now.
Ms. Sarwark moved, contrary to Mr. Phillips' motion, to keep line 8240 at $16,640 and line 211 put it at 10,000 rather than at 30,000.
All right. Is there objection to the motion? Excuse me, objection to Ms. Sarwark's amendment?
I have a parliamentary inquiry, sir.
What's your point of inquiry?
If we don't object and we pass this amendment, is it then off the table to go bring the 5,000 and 30,000 back into the budget? Because then we would be doing two bites at the apple kind of thing.
If we dispense with this amendment, we will then be back to the main motion. And then your question is if we then adjust the amount again?
Correct. Right. Because her
I believe
amendment got rid of it.
I believe that would be in order, so long as it's not to take it back up to what it was originally.
Mr. Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Ms. Adams, state your point.
If the question has been called, is debate in order or objection in order, or do we move immediately?
That's not what's
to a
going on
vote?
right now. Right now, this is a point of, it's actually 2 points of inquiry now, and I'm answering those points.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Harless.
if I may provide parliamentary info, okay. Technically, it would not be in order. However, if it was paired with some kind of motion to create this segregated fund, that makes it a substantially different question and it would be in order.
Okay.
I just thought I heard the chair ask if there was any objection to Ms. Sarwark's motion,
Ms.
which
Adams,
I am reading as a
Ms. Adams, you'll suspend, please. I did say that, and then Mr. Ferrer had a point of inquiry, and I answered that point, and then you had a point of inquiry, and I answered that point, and Ms. Harless provided further information that was helpful, and so that's where we're at. This is not debate. All right, Mr. Ferreira, did that adequately answer your question?
I think so. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, you got two different answers. I said I think it would be in order. Ms. Harlow said it would not be in order.
Said how it could be easily.
All right. Is there objection to the Sarwark amendment? Seeing no objection, we're back to it is adopted, and we are back to the main motion. Let's see. I have Ms. Adams, Mr. Phillips, Mr. Ferreira, and then some other people. Ms. Adams.
No, my hand is still up from the last time.
Okay. Mr.
Same
Phillips.
answer for me.
All right. Mr. Ferreira.
He literally just
Mine was the inquiry.
in order and then did what was
Same thing. All right. Without objection, Mr. Pizzell. Mr. Pizzell.
that was
Yes, I was just going to make a point that Mr. Burt and myself would be willing to do fundraising hours for this. If that would like to be included, we're happy to do that. Yeah, I just wanted to, I told Mr. Molman that I would do that, and I think that's a good use of our time.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzell.
supposed to have called it though.
Mr. Phillips.
Just inquiry, clarification, where are we at now?
Right now, it is 10,000 in capital above the increase that was already recommended by the executive committee.
I call the question.
And then, yeah, okay. Mr. Phillips has called the question on the Molman amendment as amended by the Sarwark amendment. Is there a second for ending debate?
Second.
All right, Ms. Harlos seconds ending debate. Is there objection to ending debate? Seeing none, debate is ended. So we'll then proceed to a vote on the amendment. Well, let me ask, is there objection to the amendment?
Object.
There is objection. So we'll do it by raise of hands since it's an amendment. In your participants window, there is a green check for yes and a red X for no. If you could go ahead and cast your vote. Vote yes would be to adopt the amendment, and an X would be to not adopt it. Is anybody not yet voted or wishing to change their vote? Mr. Hagan, I don't think you're, oh, no, I have yours, Mr. Hagan. All right, by a vote of 11-4, it is adopted, that amendment. So now we're back to the underlying budget. Motions.
I have a
Mr.
motion.
Chair,
Mr. Phillips.
I move to adjourn until tomorrow morning so that we can look for money in the things that we want to, and actually come tomorrow prepared to make these, any more adjustments fully prepared.
Well, let me ask, are there, raise your hand if you have further amendments to the budget, just so we know. Ms. Harlos, anybody else? Mr. Phillips, I think we might be close.
Well, if we're close, we're close, but I wasn't sure whether the 35 segregated funds was part of the budget or not. If it is, then we have that motion as well.
No one made that motion.
Well, no, potential motion.
Oh, I see. Well, my observation on that would be, you know, we can always, I mean, we amend the budget all year long, and if money comes in, we can make those amendments. But it's, Mr. Phillips, you did move to.
I still would like to move to adjourn because I think some of us need some time to absorb.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Mr. Phillips has moved to adjourn until 11 a.m. tomorrow. There's a second from Mr. Nana. Is there objection?
It's not a privileged motion to adjourn. I don't, well, never mind. I don't feel like looking it up. I'm too tired. Yes, there is objection. I would like to make my motion, but.
Okay, there is objection. So we'll vote on whether to adjourn until tomorrow. If you could, and again, it'll be by the checklists in the participant. If you could hit green yes for adjourning now and red X to not adjourn now. By a vote of 9-5, we are adjourned until tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern. I'll see you then.
Can we do informal announcements after adjournment now?
Yes, I don't run the show after adjournment. So.
Okay, I just wanted to let everyone know the motion I would have made in case you want to consider it overnight would be to increase that 8240 up the $35,000 with a proviso. We pass budgets with provisos all the time, that a segregated fund be set up for that, and the money would be spent, the additional 35,000 would be spent as the money is raised. And that would be the motion I was intending upon making, that I think kind of is a good compromise. So if you would consider that overnight, I would really appreciate it. I know some people talked about raping LP News again, and every year I throw a fit about this, and I don't want to throw another fit. as much as I sometimes enjoy them. So just letting you know where my head's at on there. Also, I want to invite any LNC members who would like to join me later on a live stream to do a member recapitulation, maybe a question and answer. You're invited. Just get with me on Facebook, private message me if you'd be interested in being my guest. Because that's something I'm going to do later, and I don't like it to be only my opinion.
If anyone needs to use a Zoom meeting for overnight confabs, just let me know. You're more than welcome to use mine.
Alrighty, thank you, everybody. I'm gonna, or whoever's running this, let's go ahead and end it.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
See you all tomorrow.
Yeah, unless you're going to do another happy hour tonight, Ken.
No, I'm not. We actually cut the happy hour off early last night because, this thing. So I did not stay up till 6 o'clock this morning. Good Lord. The last 2 nights have been insane. So, but we're still alive. So I'm going to hang up. See you, everybody.